All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I hope you're having a great afternoon today. So, I'm Rosel, one of your hosts for this afternoon's breakout session for the general track. Um, I hope you guys were able to log in and uh, confirm your attendance via the Google form that was sent out to your email. Uh, if you haven't done that, go guys and confirm your attendance to get a chance to win a Google Home Mini for this session. Also, we also have a virtual photo booth, guys, that you could visit during our break. You can take photo there, and or it has a short link that will be displayed in your screen. uh Bitly DevFest PH photo booth, so you could visit that one, guys, and then take photo during our coffee break. So okay, all right, hello. Think Also, don't forget to use our hashtag, share us your thoughts by using the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and then hashtag DevFest. So share it on your social media, FB, Twitter, IG, and use those hashtags. So share your thoughts with us. And I hope you guys enjoy this afternoon session. Okay, I think we could wait for a few more minutes for our attendees to join. So yeah, guys, during the break sessions later, you could actually go to the virtual photo booth and take photo there, so we could add your photos in our thank you poster. Also, I think we could start with the first. Okay, all right. All right, let's wait for a few more minutes for our other participants to join this StreamYard. So I hope you guys enjoyed Jusan's talk in the plenary and you had fun from it. So, okay, right? Okay. I would also like to thank our sponsors for this event. So, this is made possible by the GDG chapters in the Philippines, GDG Cebu, GDG Baguio, GDG Manila, GDG Zamboanga, and GDG Cagayan de Oro. Okay, let's move on to our first talk for this afternoon. So allow me to introduce to you our first host for this um, breakout breakout session. So our next host or next speaker is an information technology graduate from Central Philippines University last 2017. So she's currently working in an IT data analytics company that has companies or offices in Hong Kong and the Philippines. So her job role is to assure that their product works well, especially their learning management system, assessment and talent platform. She's also a part-time instructor in her alma mater under the Department of Software Engineering. For her, teaching is fun as it helps her to share her knowledge from the industry to the academe. So she's a kid at heart and still loves to play console, PC, or mobile games, and she's a fan of Pokemon for 15 years. So she also likes to travel as for her stress reliever, and she says that through that she can see the progress of technology in the different countries. So to give us a talk in bridging the gap of education and the tech industry, let's welcome Miss Marie Arisa Lane Co.
Hello? Hello pa. Hello pa. Hello everybody. I'm Marie Ariasalin ko. Currently, I'm a product manager and a software engineer at StackTrack Enterprise. It's a data analytics company with branches in Hong Kong and in the Philippines. My topic for today is bridging the gap of education and the tech industry. Okay? More things about me as the host introduced me. I'm a part-time instructor at Software Engineering Department, Central Philippine University. It's a university here in Iloilo City, Philippines. I'm a public image director at the Rotary Club of Central Iloilo City. I love exploring the different aspects of the tech industry. And I am really enthusiastic in sharing my knowledge to help strengthen the community that we have. I enjoy playing both console and mobile games. I actually play Animal Crossing during my free time, during my break time. Okay? And a Pokemon fan for more than 15 years. So that's my stress reliever. I watch Pokemon. Okay? So here's the logo of our company. So this is StackTrack Enterprise. So StackTrack also aims to bridge the gap of tech talents towards the tech industry. So this is the picture of my students. So these are software engineering students from my alma mater. And this is a picture which signifies me traveling. So when I'm traveling, I feel that there are things that we still need to enhance in our community. Okay, so the story. My inspiration for this topic is when I personally graduated in college, I realized that the tech industry is different from the school setup. So what we usually know in school, we actually apply them to the tech industry, but there are some add-ons. Okay. So as I was way back 2017 when I will be graduating in college. Okay. So I had my on-the-job training in Union Bank of the Philippines in Ortigas. I was actually wondering what is the real tech industry. How is it different from the school setup that I used to know for 4 years in college? So have you been wondering? Have you been wondering like me? So I want you to meet the character of my story. So her name is Symphony. So Symphony wonders the same thing that I wondered way back 2017. So what will happen to me after college? Is the school setting the same as the real tech industry? So that's the question I was really wondering until the day I marched at the auditorium during my graduation. So is this diploma enough for me to survive? Is my coding skill enough for me to actually accomplish my goals? Okay. So many aren't aware of the difference between the industry that we have and the education setup. Okay. So out of curiosity, she went to ask some of the professionals in the tech industry. So what do they do? What are the challenges they face and what advice would they give her? Okay. So here are some problems pointed out by our professionals. So our professionals, namely Adonis with 3 years experience in the tech industry, Mike with 5 years experience in the tech industry, and Michelle with 1 year experience in the tech industry. So here are the problems. Okay, so these are some of the general problems, common problems. So as you can see in the picture, there's a crack between the education and the industry. So crack symbolizes the gap between the tech industry
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry guys for that. We encountered some technical difficulties. So while they're fixing up the screen of Ms. Arisa, don't forget to share with us your thoughts with the following hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag DevFest, hashtag Google Developers. Also, you could also we encourage you to visit the virtual photo booth later during the breaks. The short link will be shown in your screen in a while. So again, guys, share your thoughts with us, your questions, um, anything in all our social media platforms. So okay, I think we are okay. All right. Okay, so again, guys, don't forget to confirm your registration, okay, so that you get the chance to win a Google Home Mini for that. So okay. Also, we have a photo booth social media contest. So take a photo the different using the photo booth, and then share it on social media, FB, Twitter, IG, LinkedIn, and use the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, or hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest. So guys, we have a contest for that. So don't forget to take photos and share it in the social media. Okay, I think we're okay with our speaker. So let's give the floor to Miss Arisa again. Thanks.
Hey, so hello. All right. So I'm back. So uh, I'm not sure until where na po yung yung presentation kanina. But here, I'll just recap a little bit. Okay. So I'll just recap with the story. So the story for this topic is actually my personal experience. When I graduated in college, I came to realize that the tech industry that we used to have in college is different from the education setup that we currently have. Okay? So have you been wondering like me? So I want you to actually internalize what are your goals after graduation? What do you want to do after graduation? Okay. So I want you to meet our character, Symphony. Okay? So Symphony wonders one night, Symphony at the balcony was thinking and was wondering what will happen to me after college. Is the school setting the same as the real tech industry? So those are the questions that struck Symphony one night. Okay. So there are a few things. Is this diploma enough? Is my coding skill enough for me to actually accomplish my goal in the tech industry that I wanted to be in right after graduation? Okay. So out of curiosity, Symphony asked professionals and alumni from her alma mater. So we have Adonis with 3 years experience in the tech industry. We have Mike, 5 years experience in the tech industry. And we have Michelle, 1 year experience in the tech industry. So here are the problems pointed out by our professionals. Okay? So these are the common problems that you will encounter later on. Okay? So we have the gap. So the gap means a crack between the industry and the education. So let us try to bridge the gap bit by bit. Okay? So we have the education. So we usually teach the programming language. But the industry, it's not the language, but the logic that matters. Okay? So we have different languages in different companies use different languages. But all we have to do is adopt and adjust in those companies that we are going to be in later on, right after college. Okay? So those companies will not adjust for us, but we will adjust for them. So using a single framework. So in school, we usually learn a single framework. But in companies, again, you need to adopt and adjust to different frameworks depending on the company that you are in. Okay? So what the market does and does not need. So technology is changing every day or even in just hours. So what is constant in technology is what we call change. So you will be given a problem and a solution. So that's in the education. You will be given a problem and a solution. So your teacher might teach you the solution before giving you those activities, right? So she will be doing a sample solution, then right after give you a certain activity. But that's not the gist in the tech industry. So in the tech industry, problems are not isolated. So you will be given a problem by your client. Then what you'll do is that you'll solve your own problem. You need to think about it. You won't wait for your client to solve the problem for you or your colleagues to solve the problem for you. So that's the difference between the education and the industry. So it's like you driving a car. When you're in school, you learn how to drive. You learn how to park. You learn how to turn right, turn left. But when you're in the industry, you're still driving. But the difference is that you'll drive with big trucks, with cars ahead of you, and that will be in your way. So there are also traffic rules that you need to follow. It is the same as in the tech industry. There are coding standards that we really need to follow in the industry. So we have the solution. So those three professionals presented Symphony the solution for the problems. Are they? So the commonality between languages is logic. So if you're in a cafeteria and you met someone who you have a commonality with, you will take time to talk with them, right? So it's the same as the picture. So when you have something in common with a stranger, you propose a cheers. Cheers for our commonality, something like that. So what I mean by logic is that when you create, for example, a calculator, the addition logic is the same as when you create them in C#, and it will still be an addition logic if you create them with Python. It will not be a division logic if you create them with Python, right? So it will still be an addition logic. Okay? So logic stays the same despite of the programming language that you will be using later on your career and with your job. Okay? So this topic is actually applicable with fresh graduates and as well as people who wants to shift to another company, for example. So they have to be very, very flexible to adapt to those companies that they wanted to be in next. Okay. So using a single framework. So there are a lot of frameworks everywhere. And your company might have a 10-year-old code base or maybe an open source project, or maybe you need to write something on your own. So it depends on the company. So there are companies which already have dev teams. So that is a 90% chance that the company that you wanted to be in, especially big tech giants, they already have a dev team. They already have a framework that they use. So what you'll do is that you need to adapt to those frameworks that they are using. They won't do a version 2 for you, or they won't rebuild the system for you. So you must adapt and cope up with those changes in the company that you wanted to be in. Okay? So what the market does, it does not need. So change. As I've mentioned before in my previous slide, change is constant in this tech industry. So as you can see, the computer, the computer screen is really old. So it might be today you have the latest smartphone in the world, but it will not be the latest smartphone an hour after, a year after, or a day after. So here, a few inches later, so it's from SpongeBob. So it becomes this one. So this is, for example, the latest computer set. Okay, so it's not the same as the computer set we used to have before with diskettes, with CD drives, and stuff like that. So I remember when I was still in elementary, internet was still a dial up. So you need to dial in order to connect to the internet. But that's not it right now. So when you have a Wi-Fi at home, broadband connection, just connect to your Wi-Fi network, then you already have your internet. You don't need to dial up in order to connect to your internet. Okay. So technology helps us bridge from especially now we are in the pandemic. For example, in education, technology helps us bridge students and teachers to still push through with our classes despite of the pandemic that we have. So don't ever stop learning. So there are alternative forms of education. So you just need to have a proper mindset. You just need to have a mindset which says that they say that when you graduate in college, you will stop learning. But that's not it with the industry that we have. After you graduate in college, you need to still learn more in order to survive the wild, in order to survive the industry that we currently have. So there are alternative forms of education available for you. So I want to highlight is that if you really wanted to be successful in the industry, don't ever stop learning. Just keep learning and learning and learning. Okay? So make good use case. So clients will never be satisfied. So there might be that your client, the next day, your client wakes up, then tell you that, hello developer, could we change this feature? Or could we add something in this feature because this feature doesn't fit well with the business that I'm going to build up or my current business. So you need to have a robust and flexible solution in order for you to adapt to those changes in an acceptable time. Okay? So when you don't have a robust and flexible solution, you might tell your client, could we just rebuild the app? Or can we just do V2, V3, and etc.? So, but the problem is that your client are business people, right? So, in business, time is money. Okay? So, you need to be the first one to publish a certain app in order for you to actually get the user's attention. So, make good use case. Okay? Make good use case. And in addition, in school, we're actually we're actually kinda having this mindset of extending the deadline. Okay? But that's not the gist when we are in the real tech industry. So extending the deadline means that you're wasting time, and time is money, as I've said. Okay? So deadline extension is a big no-no in the industry. So let us make a mindset that when we have deadlines, so let us make sure that we cope up with our deadlines. Okay? So communication with the expert and the tech junkies. So as they've said, experience is the best teacher. So when you communicate with someone who actually knows what to do or what happens in the real tech industry, you'll probably learn something. Okay? Although communicating is sometimes undervalued in this tech industry, but it's our way to communicate with our clients, to communicate with our boss or managers, and to communicate with our fellow colleagues, right? So we can't actually tell that communication is not does not have a great impact in the tech industry that we have. So communication has the vital role for you to succeed later on in your career. Okay? So actually, if you communicate with people around you, you learn what the real problem is. It might be that we in the tech industry might have a different perspective, and those people that are not in this industry might have a different perspective as well. So communicating with them will actually add on to your knowledge what will be the biggest solution or a good solution for those problems later on. We might not know that you will be building the next top rated app in App Store or in Play Store. Okay? So I will share to you one of my recent experience with Women Developer Academy. So it's an academy wherein they push women to speak up, to do public speaking. Okay? So this experience actually gave way for us to actually communicate with one another. So these are women from Asia. Okay? So not only the Women Developer Academy not only unites women, but also have the pave way to upgrade themselves and to share and empower their skills. So in this session, I actually explored a lot of or had a lot of knowledge with women around Asia, with their impediments, with what are their expertise, and etc. So that's what this Women Developer Academy is doing. Okay? So three things to remember. So this is the bridge. Okay? So be aware with what is happening around you, what is happening in the tech industry. Take risks in learning something new. Okay? Since change is constant, you need to take risks to learn what technology offers. Okay? What technology offers now and in the future. Okay? And be open to communication. So that's really important. Communication is really important in this industry. Okay? So, to know is just half the to know something is just half the battle. You need to be aware and have a proper mindset in order to survive the real tech industry. Okay? So in school, we learn the fundamentals, but in the real tech industry, you must learn how to mix those ingredients in order to survive the real tech industry. So what are the key takeaways of Symphony? So the key takeaways are always have the proper mindset and the right attitude. So right attitude also plays a vital role in this tech industry. You need to have the right attitude to learn more, right attitude to cope up with changes, and right attitude to actually communicate with the others. Okay, so there are actually times that they say when you are in the tech industry, you're just someone who is in the corner uh, doing something in your laptop. Okay, but break that let's break that mindset that we have with people in the tech industry. So we must learn how to communicate with one another. Okay? So again, be aware, take risks, and be open for communication. So that's actually the takeaway for this session. So would Symphony do after talking to those professionals? So she starts to practice more about her logic. She tries to do practice more coding problems. So there are a lot of coding challenges in the internet. So practice what you read. So do not just read. So learn how to practice. So when you practice, it's a different learning from just reading. Okay? So we'll be eager of learning more. So there are, as I've said, as I've shown you earlier, there are a lot of learning materials available online. You just need to take time to learn more, have a proper time management, and learn. Okay? So we allow herself to make solutions which are flexible and tries her best to submit on time. So when we are in school, sometimes we neglect to make solutions which are really flexible, which are um, flexible enough for changes, because we actually want to submit on time. The quality suffers later on. But that's not the gist with the real tech industry. We must know how to submit on time with quality, with proper quality. Okay. So then, what would Symphony do last? So start a tech community with her friends and invite industry speakers. So Symphony will also make her own tech community in her barangay or in her city to actually communicate with people in the tech industry and learn from the industry speaker. So start something small. Okay? One step at a time. So I challenge you to bridge the gap of education and the tech industry. How? By sharing awareness and your knowledge with other people around you. Okay? Just like Symphony. Symphony will build a mini tech group or tech community in her city. Okay? So this will help her share awareness, share her knowledge. So sharing your knowledge is something that you could give back to the industry that we have. Okay? So let us move the education closer to the tech industry by sharing our knowledge and skill. So it's a matter of minutes or an hour maybe that could help empower our industry. So this is the industry that we are living in. So let us empower the industry that we currently have. So thank you so much. Once again, so I'm Marie Ariasa Lane Sico. Thank you so much for listening for this talk. And I hope you learned something from my talk. I'm also in LinkedIn. You could add me up if you have questions or if you want to communicate with me. So I'm in LinkedIn. My name is Ariasa Ko in LinkedIn. I also have a Facebook account. My name is Ariasa Chuaco. And I dropped in my email in your screen. So ariasako@gmail.com. You could actually message me up anytime. if you want to ask something or you just want to have a simple chit chat. So that's it with my talk. Thank you so much for listening.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Ariasa, for your talk. Her topic is really vital, especially right now in bridging the gap between the education and the tech industry. So it's important that our IT students and also our professors or instructors are always up to date on the latest trends, and as well as keeping the basics right on what is needed to be in the tech industry. Okay, so we have a few questions for her. Should we flash them on the screen? Okay. So first question is, does having a mentor directly coincide with your success in the industry, and is it necessary?
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So yes, having a mentor is something that you would want to have. But as I've said before, a proper mindset and the right attitude is the key to success. Personally, I have my college instructors who I still communicate right until now. I'm actually 2017, that's three years from now. And until now, I'm still communicating with them. And also, the people I met in the industry, which I think that could help me boost in my journey. I'm also trying to communicate with them, trying to not trying to let's say not trying to communicate with them, trying not to cut my ties with them, something like that.
Okay. So thank you. So next question is, when choosing resources, what are the factors that you have identified that could help in finding reliable content?
Okay. So when choosing resources, there are a lot in the internet, right? But how could we verify those? So there are a lot of forums, especially for example, in Medium. So that's one reliable source. So you could check them up before reading those resources. Check the validity of those resources before reading them up.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So are there any more follow-up questions? Do you have anything else? Okay. So I also have a question for you, Miss Ariasa. Given with the situation right now in distance learning and online classes, so what advice can you give to students who are, especially those in the province areas, who are really interested in learning or in having a career in the tech industry in the future? So, what is any advice that you could give to them, especially in this pandemic, on how they could learn more on being an IT professional?
Actually, I have students who lives. I'm from Iloilo City, so I have
Mhm.
students from the Iloilo province, which the internet doesn't cooperate with them
Mhm.
during our
Mhm.
class. But what advice I could give them is that they need to have what we call perseverance to learn more,
Mhm.
to be eager to be successful in this industry. You need to have perseverance, no matter what hindrances you will be having while learning. You need to have perseverance and the right attitude to learn, to actually survive. So for example,
Mhm.
my student, they need to have that perseverance to actually learn without the full guidance of our instructors.
Mhm. Okay. That's a good advice indeed. Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Ariasa, once again for your talk. For further questions later, you can also still leave them in the comments, and then or you can email Miss Ariasa. She presented earlier her email, so that you can also contact her for any follow up questions you have. Okay. So once again, thank you so much, Miss
Thank
Ariasa.
you,
So
thank you, thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, so while waiting for the other speaker, so I'll remind you again of our photo booth social media contest. So take a photo using our link in bit.ly/devfestph photo booth, and then use the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest for a chance to win one gift bundle and 3 Awangan drip bag coffee, one for each day. And then don't forget also to confirm your attendance in the emails that were sent over, in the form that were sent over, for a chance to win your very own Google Home Mini. So you're also able to receive one Google Home Mini for each day. Okay. So we'd also like to thank our partners because this event wouldn't be possible without them. So this event is powered by Google, co-presented by Cloud Staff and Stojanovic and Associates in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Hacktiv Collab, NVN Photo Studio, supported by DICT Mindanao Cluster 1. And our official media partners is Gadgets Magazine and WheninManila.com. Our community partners, Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurs and Innovators in FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery, FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan, Puerto Princesa City. Lastly, this is also made possible by all the GDG chapters in the Philippines. GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cebu, GDG Zamboanga, and GDG Cagayan de Oro. Okay, so how is everyone? Leave your um, DevFest setup right now in the comments. So what do you have on your side while watching this stream? So do you have your coffee? Do you have your hot chocolate or any snacks or your dog watching with you? So leave them in the comments so we can also discuss further. So how's your weekend? Okay. So is our speaker already there? So I think he isn't there yet. What else can we do? Okay. So there'll be also a photo booth from NVN Photo Studio. Okay, so I think it was already presented earlier as well. And then we also have a WTM panel, right, later. And then what else? Okay, so someone is saying here that they're having coffee. They're also having milk tea. Okay, they're also having milk tea and then water. So don't forget to stay hydrated during this times. Okay, and then
All
hi,
right.
hi,
Hi,
Rosal.
I joined you, Eliza. Wow, they're having milk tea. That's so awesome.
Yeah, some are
Okay.
also feeling sleepy.
Oh, okay.
So
Try
you need
stretching your
coffee.
body, guys.
Yeah.
Standing up. Then okay, guys. So for those again, I just want to make sure that everyone has already confirmed their attendance in the Google form that we have sent out to your email. So guys, you'll get the chance to win a Google Home Mini wherever you are, right? We're going to send it to you at your doorstep. So I hope you guys have confirmed the um participants attendance so that you will be able to win those prize. Right, Eliza? They
Yeah.
have Google Mini Home. That's so awesome. Right?
Yeah, it can be also one of your projects. Like if you have a mini
Yeah,
home, you can try
actually.
to automate your house. And then for those times where you feel very lazy, you can just say, "Hey Google, what time is it today, or what's the weather tomorrow?" So it's having a Google Home Mini in your house is a very amazing thing to have.
Yes, like you're
Yeah.
going to control the lights, saying Google, can you turn off the lights? Those kinds of stuff. So you could play with your Google Home Mini. So I hope you guys have already confirmed your attendance there. So I'm seeing someone is eating barbecue. Wow.
Wow.
Can you send some here? Eliza and I want to eat that as
Yeah.
well. Can we have it as well?
Did you already
So
have
I
your? I think that's late lunch. Late lunch or
yes,
snack? You're having
is this a snack? I
barbecue as
think
a snack.
yeah, I think it's considered a snack. So wow, what a cool snack, barbecue. Send coffee
Instant coffee.
to
Yeah,
us, okay. Thank
we're
you.
we're going actually to have a raffle or a prize
Yes.
for for coffee. So one gift bundle and three awangan drip coffee. So you can take a picture at their photo booth, so you can get a chance to send your own coffee.
Yeah, you could actually make it
Mm-mm.
yourself. So we're going to send a gift bundle for that. So I hope you guys share our event in our different social media platforms, FB, Twitter, IG, LinkedIn. And also for us to see it, don't forget to put the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google
Mhm.
Developers, and hashtag DevFest. Okay. So right. Okay. GDG Cebu. Okay, so finished my tea. Okay, of course, yeah. Hashtag drink your water. Don't forget to drink your water. Be hydrated.
Yeah.
We will have a lot of talks this afternoon. So we have three more talks this afternoon. We'll have um where is that? Okay, we have three more talks for general
Yeah. Two
tech.
more.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. Let's see. Glad to see you. Hi, Salimar.
Hi,
I have
Shalimar.
my water and my cat's name. Wow. You have a watch buddy there. Hi to your cat.
Yeah. Yeah. Send our regards to your cat.
Yeah.
So to give a little background also for on what we do. So Roselle is from GDG Baguio, right?
Yes, yes, I
Yeah,
am.
so, and I'm also from GDG Cagayan de Oro. So this is the first time ever that all sub chapters in the
Actually.
Philippines are collaborating to create the biggest dev fest ever
Yeah,
in the Philippines. Yeah. So
actually.
it would be really nice to have this soon physical, but for now due to the pandemic, so we decided to have this virtually. So this is the first. I think it's the very first time
Yes, I
that
think
all the chapters are together
in one
and
event, right?
organizing. Yeah, yeah, that's
Yes.
right.
Usually we just collab with two or more chapters, but this time we're kind of
Mm-hmm.
everybody's here, right? So it's really it's a first for us as well because with what's happening with the world, so we have to keep everybody safe,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time share the information and the new stuffs out there so you guys
Mm-hmm.
could use it in your work,
Mm-hmm.
in your play, actually anywhere, because we're
Mm-hmm.
in the era of technology. So I hope you guys will learn a lot in our different talks. So this would be a 2-day event. So we have separate talks in our event. We have the different tracks, right, Eliza? We have
Yeah,
this
yeah.
general talk, sa plenary, we have the mobile track, and tomorrow we
Mm-hmm.
have the other two tracks that we're going to feature for this event. So I hope you guys will stay with us until tomorrow, and don't always check your emails for any updates that we're going to be sending out so
Mm-hmm.
that you won't miss out any of our surprises out there, right? So
Yeah.
sit back
Also
while
join
we're
our Slack channel.
yes, yes, correct. So
Mm-hmm.
where's that? Okay. Of course, we also want to thank we won't be able to do this event without our partners, right? Cloud Staff, Stojanovic and Associates, Union Bank, Active Collab, MVN Photo Studio, the ICT Mindanao Cluster, our media partners, Gadgets Magazine, when in Manila.com. So thank you guys for being our partners for this big event, grandest online conference tech. So yeah, we really really appreciate your time spending with us during this weekend. Okay. Okay. Sige. So
Shall we?
hello guys. So for those of you, we will still have our next session. So for now, while waiting for JT, let's have a short break. Get your coffee, get your snacks, go to the comfort room, do a bio break while we're waiting for JT. So we will still continue the three talks. We're just actually just waiting for JT to finish his other commitments. So for now, guys, stay tuned. Don't leave us. Be here, okay? So let's have probably 5 minutes break, and then we'll be back, guys. So stay with us. Thanks.
All right, so welcome back um, to our breakout session. So I hope that you already had your photo booths or photos taken at our photo booth, and then hope you already had your coffee done, so that we could proceed now to our next speaker. So our next speaker is the co-founder and CEO of Mayani, an impact-driven agri-food supply chain platform that currently connects more than 1,000 farmers to more than 5,000 consumers in the industry. As the CEO, he leads the platform's overall expansion and scale strategy that has generated over 10 times revenue growth since launch, delivered over 35 metric tons of fresh produce to date across different B2C customers and B2B establishments, and yielded 30% attributable rise in farmers' income. Trusted by the likes of Filipina Shell, the UCC Group, Amici, and Karamiya, Mayani was recently chosen to be a part of the 2020 cohort of the Asian Institute of Management Dado Banatao Incubator. Prior to Mayani, he has almost a decade of business development and partnership strategy experience in international trade of finance, new retail, and e-commerce logistics. He is also a former radio co-anchor at Radio Inquirer or DZIQ 990 AM and is now an anchor at V81 Radio Worldwide. Talking about platform innovation for impact and inclusivity, agri-sector's high-tech and high-touch model, please help me welcome Mr. JT Solis.
Thank you so much, Isa and GDG for organizing this wonderful event. I see that there's a wonderful lineup of captains of the industry across the tech space, and it's really an honor to be sharing, to be invited, and to be sharing my insights and experience this afternoon to all of you guys. Very passionate, very young, but very hungry for a lot of learnings. Um, I was asking my guys if I can sort of jumpstart first my discussion with a video. So I'd like to share with you a very, very quick video on who we are and what we stand for in Miami as an agritech platform. Let me share to you my MP4 here.
Ako ay si Felix Tubeda Budyong. Aking trabaho ay ang magsasaka. Sa buwan lang ako ay nagkaedad ng 14, ako ay tumutulong na sa aking magulang sa pagsasaka. Aking inspirasyon ng aking mga kapatid na makapag-aral sa pamagitan ng pagsasaka.
Karamihan dito sa farmers sa Batangas, ang unang problema ay iyong mahal na host o iyong mga gastusin para sa production.
Marami palay, wala namang bumulong bigas. Hindi ka nakapagbenta, makalang import.
So I started approaching people who could work together with me, who might share the same mission. From there, Miami was born. Each of them bringing a certain expertise so that the vision of Miami to uplift the lives of our thousands of small farmers can happen.
Nung simula ng aming organisasyon ng Mayani, ay tulungan yung isang samahan dito sa Kalurang, Batangas upang mapaganda ang presyo nitong gulay ng samahan. May programang sinusunod para pag-harvest maganda lahat ang presyo.
We use technology to make communications easier and to make instant communications between consumers and the farmers.
We check the quality, the weight again once it comes here from Batangas. We
sort it, we put it in the bayan, and then we call our courier partners, and then we distribute it to different outlets and enterprises. We also looked at commercial accounts. These are cafes, restaurants who wanted to support local farmers and directly sourcing from them. Difficult, yes, but can be done. We feel that Mayani founding team is in a position to do this. We have a mission to uplift the lives of our farmers.
We will organize our farmers and form this community.
Technology is ready. The platform is up. We will handle marketing and logistics.
Fresh produce delivered to your doorsteps,
To your restaurants
and to your home.
Mayan, from farms to tables.
So what you saw there is our entrepreneurial genesis and what we call often in Miami as our big why on why we're doing this and why we're utilizing technology. So was to uplift the lives of a sector which you don't even expect to use technology that much, agriculture sector. And at this point, I'd like to share to you some of my experience and insights on how did we build a platform for inclusivity and impact. And I'd like to thank GDG Philippines for serving as that platform for us to be able to share some of these experiences. Precisely because as developers, right, and as tech people, we develop a lot of products and we often forget how these products can really make measurable impact in the lives of others. And in our experience, we saw with our 1,200 plus connected to our Mayani platform, they can make a difference. But the question now is, how do you further scale a platform that people can trust and that people would be able to live with in a sustainable manner? And this is where I'd like to share with you my deck. So I'm going to be talking about platform innovation for impact, agri sector's high tech, high touch model. As what you can see in our presentation, it was sort of centered around real people with faces and with names and profiles. One of the key people that you saw in the video right at the start is a farmer of 70 years old with about 9 siblings, a rice farmer in Leon, Batangas called Ka Felix. And one of the key problems he even articulated in the video is, you know what? I've been farming for my entire life. I've been farming um, since I was a child, since I was 14 years old. And because of the high inputs of production and the cost of producing rice, not a lot of people are actually able to, not a lot of people buy from us, right? And that's sort of a big problem on the part of not just of Ca Felix, but a lot of the people that we have in the Philippines, wherein you have about 25 million smallholder farmers. When we say smallholder farmers, these are farmers working on lands that are less than the size of 2 football fields, less than 2 hectares. And we saw that the challenge and the problem of Ca Felix is just a microcosm of the bigger problems that we have in the agriculture sector. And so what we did was we saw that in here, again, a lot of the farmers whose sole task is to feed an entire nation, and yet they end up as one of the poorest sectors in society. And so what we did was we spark a revolution, right? We spark a revolution, a digital revolution that leverages technology, that harnesses the power of a platform, so as to counter that situation. And you know what? Also fulfill that mission of uplifting the lives of the very people who feed the entire nation and who bring food to our table. And so we went very, very passionate on this one. We went full blast on this one, and we built a solution, a technology solution that allows farmers essentially 3 things. One, farmers are able to access unreached markets and digitally consolidate their harvest to achieve economies of scale without middlemen. Because in the Philippines, you have about 6 to 7 middlemen um, before the food even reaches your supermarkets or your house, right? The second one would be we gain optimized pricing for both farmers and consumers due to lower transaction costs. Why? Because the more middlemen that you have in the middle, the more that these middlemen earn more than the farmers themselves. And those margins over margins over margins over margins lead to higher cost. Once you see a certain lettuce, for instance, in the supermarket, or once you see a certain fruit in the supermarket. And thirdly, and perhaps one of the most important things that we would like to hone in, especially in light of the circumstances and the pandemic, is that we made the agri supply chain more dependable and insulated from disruptions, right? Because simpler and shorter supply chains means that you'd have to be less dependent on different operational players who also partake into the task of bringing all of these fresh produce across the country, right? And once these different intermediaries and these different agencies stop operating, i.e., during a pandemic, then the delivery of the food stops. And that's something that we don't want, and that's something that doesn't work well, especially in light of our farmers. Just so we can further put a nuance and faces to what we're doing and who are the farming communities currently connected to our platform, connected to the Mayani platform, and the ones we're making a measurable impact on. We're proud to share that we've currently collaborating with the likes of Filipino Chef Foundation to work with the Pililla farmers in Rizal, the Malaruhatan Family Farm Association in Lian, Batangas, and also our Department of Trade and Industry Region 2 to work with a lot of the agri MSMEs and the farmers cooperative in the Cagayan Valley region. So a lot of these communities we're currently helping so as to better their incomes, to better their lives, not just for them, but for the next generation of farmers who will feed this nation. We have lots of activities that we've done over the past couple of 14 months that we've been since we've launched this startup, and I can tell you that our traction has been nothing short of nothing short of remarkable in terms of the number of customers that we currently have, the number of partners that we currently have, and the consistent volume that we're moving across the country. Just so you have some data driven insights and as to how we're doing and what are some of the things that we have achieved so far for the past 14 months. There are a couple of stats in here, but I'd only just want to cite about four. The first one would be we have about 6,000 B2C customers already across Mega Manila. So that's the entire logistical coverage. Every single day, we deliver to a lot of the stores of some of the biggest commercial accounts in the country. The likes of Shell is a like-minded partner who also supports our farmers, the likes of UCC, or even Healthy Options, the country's first and largest store network for organic and all-natural products. We're also proud to share that upon our launch last year, we were one of the top 28 tech startups that represented the country for the Rice Conference in Hong Kong, supported by our government, and also one of the global finalists currently for the 2020 CP Foods Challenge. But in all these numbers, there are two things that we're really proud of because the platform that we've built is something that we built for impact. Would be these two things. One, we have more than 1,200 plus farmers that we're currently connected with and engaging for fresh produce. And two, there's a measurable rise in farmers' income by an average about 30% because they're connected with us and they're connected to our platform. Because of this, we became the only agritech platform, at least for the 2020 cohort, inducted into the AIM Dado Banato Incubator. So that's how our web platform looks like on your mobile phone. And that's where a lot of our consumers can order directly the fresh produce of our farmers coming from different parts of the country, from Batanes, the organic garlic farmers in Batanes, to even the tribal farmers in Palawan. But there are two questions that I'd like to focus for this afternoon and for this session. The first one is as tech guys and as developers, especially for the agri sector, there are two main questions that you can do some introspection on as product development guys, as e-commerce guys, as tech guys. One would touch on convenience, second on trust. On the matter of convenience, there would always be this question, how can this platform make my farming practice better and sell my harvest more? On the trust side, and this is a tough balancing act, why this platform of all the platforms out there, right? Can I even trust this? And so in our experience, we wanted to validate a couple of insights coming from key players across Southeast Asia. And there was one interesting study across Southeast Asia on the digital adoption of farmers. Essentially, the core question, the thesis it was asking would be, we have lots of smallholder farmers across Southeast Asia. We have about 25 farmers across the Philippines with the task of feeding the entire nation. And obviously, you have tons of innovations too within the agriculture sector. But in terms of adoption, in terms of usage by the farmers by these different technologies, where do we see the most adoption thus far, right? And you can see two axes in here. The first one would be the stages of engagement with digital transaction tools, and the second one would be the approximate distribution of farmers each stage. So it's more of a progression as you go on towards the right. And you can see that on the traditional side, you can see that adoption is more of the face-to-face one, meaning face-to-face interaction, dealing with a lot of the farm cooperatives, talking to them, capacitating them, training them, and asking them, how can we help you, right? But once you go towards the second vertical bar, you can see that the most prominent in terms of the farmer's distribution utilizing this particular technology would be phone call, right? Archaic as it may seem, but this is just really the way it works. So a lot of the farmers right now are heavily reliant on their mobile phones for a lot of their day-to-day transactions. May it be looking where to sell their fresh produce, looking out there on who to engage with so they can continuously sell their fresh produce to that player over the long term because they keep planting anyway, or um, partnering with other farmers so they can organize themselves towards cooperatives, which is something that our government highly encourages. And then on the third stage, you can see the vertical bar. You can see that their next engagement with a digital transaction tool would be on peer group dialogue, right? And this is where a lot of the chat would come into the picture. There's been a study in Southeast Asia that in terms of smallholder farmers, a lot of these farmers are highly dependent on SMS. A lot of them are dependent on Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp, right? So, and these farmers, I can tell you, are definitely in there. They're in chat mode precisely because farming is a business proposition for them, right? It doesn't just bring food to their table, but they're planting because they want to be able to sell it afterwards. And we can see in here the centrality of these digital transaction tools as to how they go on with their lives. And then the fourth stage would be on the active discovery, right? And this is where you can see that farmers already start to explore um, the range of possibilities out there. And this is where you can already see the possibilities. Some technologies we're in, it allows them, for instance, to connect with microfinancial institutions, for instance. This is where you can see digital transaction tools that allows them to see other possible buyers within the immediate community through a certain web platform or a mobile platform and stuff like that. But the last stage where you can see the least farmers distribution across the entire digital transaction tools engagement stage would be on the digital service engagement. And this is where a lot of the tools would actually come into the picture. It'd be an e-wallet, for instance, encouraging farmers to have their disbursements in a cashless way via digital wallets, for instance. This is where we see a lot of fintech players, even for the provision of grants and crop production capital for these farmers, loans, and other financing schemes. This is where we see some challenges when it comes to farmers getting on board on certain platforms so that they can avail of a couple of services, as they go through their agricultural lives, right? So you can see that overall, you can see that it's really phone call as where the vast majority of the farmers go into cluster into in terms of digital transaction tool adoption, right? And so the question now is, as product developers, as e-commerce guys, as tech players, from a tech standpoint, how do you develop a product then that can really be adopted by farmers, right? And because we know that just because you build it doesn't mean people will automatically use it. You have to build it around a certain user. And this is where I'd like to share to you just about three core insights when it comes to innovation for inclusion, particularly on platform development. What are some of the fundamental principles that I can share with you based on actual experience? The first one is user centricity. So before I put up Mayani, and before I put it up with my partners and eventually went into agritech, I used to be vice president of Send, e-commerce logistics company, and we were one of the forerunners of e-commerce logistics in the country. And so our what we did when when we had about 500,000 shippers on our user base, and what we did when it comes to product development has always been an eye for user centricity, right? We saw that a lot of the online sellers, for instance, would consider shipping as probably one of the most challenging tasks that they had back in the early days of e-commerce. For instance, when sellers were still posting their products on Multiply, when Multiply was still in the Philippines, we saw that a lot of these sellers, they don't like falling in line, taking a queue, going out of their house just so they can send something that a buyer bought from them online, right? So they can send something to their customers buying it. And so this is the same case for a lot of the farmers and also our customers on the demand side, right? A lot of people are just selling the drill when in fact people just care about the hole that the drill can make. So don't sell the drill, right? Don't sell the drill, focus on the hole. And so what we were thinking when we were developing the web-based platform for a lot of our users who want farm to table deliveries, fresh produce coming directly from our farmers, may it be tomatoes, eggplant, or garlic, for instance, we saw that two interesting things. One, the less number of steps that they can take until checkout and until pay order confirmation, the better. But one core insight is the fact that there are also digital communities out there, especially during the pandemic, which people eventually got inducted into and have been used to for the past 6 months that the country has been in a lockdown, right? And those are Viber communities, digital communities, wherein they may not be able to put a face to every single member of that community. But since these are communities built around shared interests, shared demographic, shared psychographic, and shared, missions, for instance, they feel really part of that community and they trust those communities, right? And so as developers, even on our end, we've been thinking of ways on how to look into those Viber communities, at least for the relatively older demographic target market segment that we have, so that we are able to funnel them seamlessly and frictionlessly towards our platform. Right now, on the part of farmers, in terms of user centricity and how are we able to facilitate their adoption to this, it's very simple. Right now, we are utilizing digital transaction tools that enable us to communicate how many orders went towards our Mayani platform in a very simple table format, right? Because again, as what the study has shown, farmers are just very used to phone calls. Farmers are just very used to share dialogues through chat tools, in a digital way, right? And so those are the things that we're doing right now, and we're trying to hopefully integrate into our platform before the year ends, such that we can have an embedded messaging tool inside the platform that would automatically push the data from the demand side of the platform towards the supply side of the platform, which are the farmers. But the second thing that I would say would be around the aha moment and the stickiness of the platform. So the aha moment is definitely something that touches on your funnel, your marketing funnel, from awareness to interest to decision and eventually action, and then retention and loyalty, right? And this is where a lot of the e-commerce guys would want to put a special emphasis on finding out what's that aha moment, for all your users, right? Is it when do your users really start to grow, at which stage, and what makes them tick? Because if you're able to find that out, you're able to adjust and engineer your product, your platform towards that aha moment. And that aha moment in the case of Mayani, based on our experience, has always been that moment when the buyer recognizes and realizes that what he's purchasing, what she's buying from our platform, would translate into better incomes for farmers at the start of the chain, right? And we saw that we were able to literally move metric tons of fresh produce because of this, and it's something that we have been focusing on for the longest time when it comes to product development. And what comes with that, corollary to that, would be the stickiness of a product, right? Like, how do you make a product very sticky? Sticky in a sense that users just keep going back to it. It's something that they can not live without. For instance, it's something that they've considered to be embedded into their day-to-day life ways and routines and habits, right? And one of the key things when it comes to platform development with implications for stickiness is making sure that the platform addresses a lot of the pain points of your user, right? In our case, in the case of farmers, it has always been about market access, like what Ca Felix has mentioned. The cost of production of rice is very expensive, and therefore it's very rare that someone would always finish all his harvest or always buy all his harvest. So market access is a recurring and a stable problem that a lot of these smallholder farmers encounter. The same case for a lot of the buyers we're in. They want to have something safely delivered to their house. They want to shop safely from home. They want something that they can trust, and they want something with a story, with a value laden story that can have an impact and translate to better lives for other people as they make that purchase. So it's really changing the way how people shop by uplifting the lives of our farmers along the way. And last but not least, would be more on the catch-all channel approach and community. And this is where the high-touch model would come into the picture. A lot of the tech guys become so fixated with developing the product, selling the drill, remember, developing the product in such a way that they forgot that there's more to helping a sector than just developing a technological product for it. Especially in the case of agriculture, we're in the nuances of it, the peculiarities of it, and the mindset of your users and your stakeholders are relatively different vis-a-vis the other sectors, for instance, as opposed to, like, when you're developing an ed tech product, when you're developing a fintech product, for instance, for the normal mainstream market. The agriculture is very community centric and trust based. You have a sector that has long been there in poverty. You have a sector that has long been not been used to technology and other forward-looking innovations. You're talking to a sector wherein farmers really treat their land as their own, and it's like one in the same, the farmer and the land that he's taking care of and tilling. And this is where both an offline and an online approach, a digital and a physical approach would come into the picture. Our experience in Mayani is that if we want to be able to engage the farmers, it just can't be in a digital way, right? If we want to onboard them into our cause, almost always we would need to physically interact with them. Remember those stages of adoption earlier that we showed to you. A lot of these farmers, there's still a large farmers distribution that clusters around that stage we're in. They want face-to-face interactions and physical discussions with you whenever you want to pilot a digital solution for them, right? So keeping that in mind, and putting that in your mind, we're in a catch-all channel approach really serves you well when it comes to making an impact towards that sector, particularly for the agri sector, and also the value of community. And so before I end, this is just a very brief presentation. I'd like to show to you again the picture of Ca Felix, right? And this, because this serves as an enduring reminder for a lot of us guys. We're developing platforms for people, right? We're developing platforms not just for ourselves, not just for our own theoretical fascination, not just because we're so proud of our capability to roll out tech platforms. We're building platforms for people. And if you're building platforms for people for whom you want to make measurable impact on, you have to be able to develop your platforms around the unique peculiarities and nuances of those users, right? And that's how you make a platform model very successful. That's how you make it inclusive. That's how you make it sticky, right? And so, again, be high tech, but also be high touch. This is our experience in the agri sector, and for a sector that has long been technologically backward, we were able to make things happen so far, and we're still learning how to further scale this kind of technology. But definitely, we have gotten right the fundamentals on this one. So, for anyone out there who has a couple questions or would like to reach out or collaborate with us in some ways, feel free to reach out to me at jt@mayani.ph. Thanks a lot, GDG Philippines, and thanks for listening.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much, JT, for sharing us your platform. Actually, I really thank you as well for um giving us the opportunity to talk in this event and share your platform. So thank you, and also thank you for supporting our local farmers for by providing them an avenue where they could really combine the physical world and the technological world. So you're actually equipping them to widen their market, making them more competitive in the agricultural sector. So I agree with you. Agricultural sector is really not the mainstream sectors or techs that are being developed, right? So you can just see a few or not that much apps or techs for this industry. So thank you for doing this and making an impact to our local farmers. So I think we have some questions for you. Okay, so here it goes. What are the challenges in establishing a tech company that revolves around the agricultural sector, such as Mayani?
Well, a lot of things, right? The first one would be you're focusing on two things, I would say. One, you're focusing on a sector that is not digitally native, right? When a lot of guys were just launched tech companies for a market where digital adoption is already very high, that's kind of easy, right? It's relatively harder to go into a sector wherein it digital adoption isn't that high to begin with, right? You're really starting from a very small rate when it comes to digital adoption, which really speaks also on the flip side on the huge potential for growth, right? The fact that not a lot of farmers yet utilize digital transaction tools, but even if they do, they're still going through those stages earlier, right? It presents a lot of potential. So the challenge there is really more of making farmers adapt to your technological solution. I guess the second one would be regarding the establishment of a tech company that revolves around agriculture. I would say these are not challenges, but in a way these are healthy goals for us. Like these are healthy goalposts for us. It's quite difficult to uplift a sector across an archipelago, right? Because when we were establishing Mayani as a farm to table platform, inherent to the business model would be logistics, right? And we saw that farmers, of course, aren't just majority of them are actually rural farmers, and our 25 million farmers are spread across the Philippines, across 7,000 islands for an archipelago nation. So the question now is, how do you connect them digitally, but how do you also lay down the logistics infrastructure and the foundation so you can really help a lot of them, cover them, touch their areas, and be able to help out. So I would say the foundational stage of establishing a company, particularly on the logistics leg of the business model, that's quite challenging for us, but still very, very exciting.
Nice. Okay, thank you for that, JT. I think we have more questions. Okay. So next question is, what advice can you give to those who have a startup company?
Three things. One, keep growing. Um, make make growth an intentional activity for you, right? And I'm saying growth in terms of, because as tech companies or KPIs are kind of different. It's more holistic, right? Think of growth as the number of, may it be on the number of user base, the number of users utilizing your platform, may it be your net promoter score on how positive people talk about your platform and how likely users are actually going to be going to be standing as brand ambassadors for your platform, and will be referring other users for your platform too. But thirdly, I guess, build a great team. It's always behind every successful startup would always be a remarkable team that has different areas of responsibilities, areas of strength, and core competencies. If you have a team, once you've built a team, it's the platform just follows, right? The platform would always mirror the character and the passion and the determination of the team. So how fast your company, your tech startup would grow would always be dependent on how aggressive your team is and how well each and every member of the team would jive well with each other.
Nice, nice. Good, nice advices, really. I'm learning from the answers. Okay, so we have another one. Here it goes. Is Mayani available or has been introduced to Visayas and Mindanao already? Or are there plans?
Let me answer first the first one. So is Mayani available or has been introduced to Visayas and Mindanao already? Yes. We have been introduced on, at least on the supply side, on the sourcing side in terms of farmers. So we currently work with a tribal community of farmers called Natripal in Palawan. It's a nagkakaisang tribo or at asosasyon ng mga Palawenyo in Palawan, wherein we have raw honey on our platform because of them, made by those tribal indigenous farmers in Palawan, as well as cocoa products coming from cooperatives there. So we have been introduced to Visayas because Palawan is there, but we haven't been introduced to Mindanao yet. But I think in terms of the customer side, the buyer side, right now we are currently focusing on Metro Manila and really saturating the entire 16 cities in one municipality within the National Capital Region. But I can tell you that we have concrete, time-bound plans of also penetrating other key regions in the country, particularly starting out with key cities as the source of buyers, and then the rural farmers around it as the where the supply of the fresh produce, the vegetables, and the fruits would come from. So we're looking at, the likes of Iloilo, for instance, or Cebu or Davao, where you have vast agricultural cover, or the likes of the Cagayan Valley region, where we're already working with a lot of their cooperatives. So we do have current time bound plans, and we're about to firm that out probably middle of next year.
Nice. Nice. So I think we have more questions actually, and I also will have more time for questions. So next one is, how can you particularly reach out to the farmers to promote your product? Sorry.
Here's the thing. If you engage farmers in a very retail manner, in a piecemeal manner, meaning individually, it's kind of difficult to scale, right? And one of the key things when it comes to tech is the reason why you're utilizing a tech platform is you want to scale fast, right? Because if you're doing it in a physical manner, you can't really scale fast. And so what our approach to this was really more of, we call it the 2 millimeter shift, wherein instead of doing it in a piecemeal manner, we did a 2 millimeter shift and then opted for a cooperative onboarding approach. So why? Because if you really want to make a difference in the lives of farmers, and farmers really want to get better, want to gain better lives as they continue on with their farming activities, they need to be able to organize themselves. And when we say organize themselves, they need to be able to form farmers co-ops or associations with like-minded neighboring farmers, right? Because obviously in farming, really no man is an island. You need to be able to partner up with other farmers, build a cooperative so that as a collective, as an organized association, as a group, built on a common interest, built on a common mission, you're able to help out each other. And so what we've been doing has been engaging cooperatives, for instance, like the Malaruhatan Family Farm Association in Batangas, the Matadi Growers Cooperative all the way in Quirino Province, the Casibo Cooperative in Nueva Vizcaya, or even the organic farmers in Batanes, with the help of DTI and Department of Agriculture. So we reach out to them. I would say that the most effective would be, because of my co-founder is a farmer himself and is the vice president of a farm cooperative. It was quite easy for us. But I think one good tip is to engage the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Agriculture, because they do have the existing relationships with the farmers. Remember the two questions I posed earlier? It's not just a question of convenience, it's also a question of trust. Can they trust your platform? So if it comes from the government, that automatically accords trust into your platform, because an endorsement from the local DTI, for instance, the regional office, puts a stamp of approval on what you're doing. And so farmers are better able to believe and digest what you want to offer to them.
Thanks so much, JT, for that. Okay, keep them coming. I think we have lots of questions for this topic. It's very interesting, yeah. So next one is on the topic of growth. What's Mayani's growth indicator?
A lot of KPIs. Because when you run a tech startup, you always have to be ruled by a lot of measurements, and you measure what matters. But I can tell you, I would say three core indicators for us. The first one would be in terms of the number of farmers. For us, that's growth, precisely because we are able, as an impact driven platform, if we won't be able to measure the number of farmers we're making an impact on, the number of farmers who gain better lives because of us, then it's like taking the mission out of our platform. We're just a technology, right? So the number of farmers that we've covered so far. Number two would definitely be the number of customers. Demand is very important. If there's anything that really dictates growth, it's really demand, right? On how many customers are really using your platform, because the Philippines is endowed with a lot of resources. It's not a question of whether we lack fruits, vegetables, and vast agri resources. We already have tons of those. The question is, how can consumers, buyers, households, restaurant chains be able to tap that vast supply? And that's where our platform would come in. And so I would say the number of users is very, very critical. And perhaps the last would be the rise in farmers' income. Just because we help a lot of farmers doesn't mean we are automatically making a measurable impact in their lives, right? We are able to help them, but to be able to measure that help. So between point A to point B, status quo without Mayani, status quo with Mayani, what is the measurable difference in terms of farmer incomes that they've experienced because of our platform? For us, that's growth, because the more growth and impact are self-reinforcing with each other.
Nice, nice. Wow. This is really an interesting subject because this is like the not really common sector. So I think everybody's very interested. We have another one for you, Sir JT.
Sure.
So, what is the secret of building a good partnership with government agencies?
Understand their mandate. That's the very first thing. If you're doing sort of a cold start with government, meaning there's no warm introduction coming from a certain guy who already has ties with government that facilitated your interaction with initial talks with government, know their mandate, right? Like if you're looking at partnering with a certain agency, a regional office of a national government agency, it pays to know their mandate. Is their mandate to promote MSME resiliency and competitiveness? Is their mandate on agriculture and helping out farmers? Is it farming, helping out fisheries, the fisheries sector, for instance, right? So know their mandate. But secondly, once you are already on the partnership table and the initial exploratory call and discussion with the government, it pays to communicate your mission well. You need to be able to tell them what do you stand for, right? And because a lot of things approach government for tons and gazillion of reasons, right? And you could just be one of them. But the way to really differentiate your pitch, right? The way you're able to differentiate yourself vis-a-vis the other guys that they're meeting with is really to communicate your mission and how your mission would also align with their mandate and how their mandate furthers your mission, and then your mission also furthering their mandate. So it becomes a symbiotic relationship between you and the government agency. And I can tell you that in the case of Mayani, when we formed a partnership with our very own Department of Trade and Industry, particularly Region 2, that's our Cagayan Valley region, um, not only did we communicate our mission very well, we also looked at their core mandate, which is really to promote MSME competitiveness in the Cagayan Valley region, and how our mission is integral to them furthering that mandate. So now we're coming up with a very exciting campaign pretty soon, with DTI Region 2 and one of the country's leading tech platforms too here for Metro Manila. Just watch out for it. You're probably going to see it on the billboards. We're going to be bringing Cagayan Valley's best to the Metro Manila region through our platform.
Okay, all right. So I guess we'll cut the Q&A session for that. Thank you so much, Sir JT, for all the answers and all the insights you've given us for this event. Again, guys, if you have more questions for Sir JT, he plugged his email. You could actually directly ask him, right, Sir JT? And
Yep.
then yeah, get in touch with him because I know this is a very interesting subject. So I guess thank you again, Sir JT, for giving us your time and sharing your company with us.
Thanks a lot, guys. Let's keep in touch. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, I'm back again. So we'll be having a 5-minute coffee break, and after that, we'll have our partners from the Union Bank to share with us some good information. Okay, so you guys could take bio break, get your coffee again, refill it, get your food. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. So again, don't forget to use our hashtag, take photos in the virtual photo booth and share it in the social media. So again, our hashtag is hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag DevFest, hashtag Google Developers. Also, again, if you haven't confirmed your registration in the Google form, do so. So you could win prizes that we are offering for this day. So again, guys, let's have a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're back, guys. So I hope you guys had stretched your muscles and stand up for a while, and then drink your coffee or water. Had the bio break. So okay, I think we're ready for our next talk. So let's welcome folks from our partners, Union Bank. We have Nick Sijuko, product owner, UVP Accelerator, Miss Abby Caberte, talent acquisition head, and Miss Bea Ronas, senior talent acquisition officer. So let's give them the floor, and they'll be sharing awesome stuff with us. Thanks.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So before we start our talk, I'd like to share a video of UB Accelerator to everyone first. Sorry. Okay.
May I allow me to share?
Wait, ma'am. Here po.
Okay.
Sorry. Here you go. Right. So to discuss more on the accelerator program, I'm turning you over to Miss Nix Sihuko. Hi, Miss Nix.
Can everyone see me just in case? You could just put some yeses on the chat comments. Anyway, yeah, so thank you so much for inviting us today. I'm gonna talk more about Accelerator by showing you a presentation. So for the hosts of this StreamYard, kindly assist me as I share my screen. Okay. Okay, there. Okay. So yeah, technology, as it moves faster than our imagination can keep up with, we intend to invent one breakthrough to the other. And that's always been how things are, from digital transformation, movements of different banks or industries, down to us actually implementing those innovations. Now, what we want to be able to share with you is that from our research in Union Bank, as we invest into people to accelerate their growth so that innovations may happen, of course, digital transformation comes in mind. And in digital transformation, we always talk about it in three phases. It goes from people, process, then processes. Now, Union Bank started its digital transformation story with people. We invest in people to accelerate innovation, organization performance, drive agility and results while staying relevant for the great majority of our stakeholders. That being said, by learning important and relevant skills, which is business skills, technical skills, power skills, um, we are able to build an idea that we could actually impact lives no matter how big or small. It's empowering someone to be able to grasp technology through programs or through activities that will let them learn and continue this practice by sharing the ideas or the insights with the community. We, of course, are very familiar that COVID kind of shaped the education industry, and this affected not just the Philippines, but the entire world. The pandemic truly affected 186 countries with 1.2 billion children. That kind of caused, even in the Philippines, public schools to still close, especially during these times. So we're very fortunate, right? If we're coming from private schools or universities who has initial funding to be able to provide continuous learning through digital channels for our kids or for us. That being said, one of the things that we always say is that during the pandemic, over 940 educational students or institutions globally have made their courses available for public consumption in a short amount of time. Ivy Leagues have released 442 courses with certificates for free and for all. Now, by giving more than 1.2 billion individuals access to programs that allows them to future-proof themselves by investing time and effort into upskilling themselves, we have a very good use case. Paula Dalia Mendoza. She's a 28-year-old Pinay named Paula. She was laid off from her job during the pandemic. And, instead of binge watching Netflix, K-dramas, she decided to take on 20 online courses. And she got certificates and used them to acquire new strategies and techniques that would be beneficial to use in her next job. So the good thing about this is that she found an opportunity in the middle of a difficult situation to tech up. Now, in Union Bank, even our shirts have this. Our Union Bank shirts all have Teka Pilipinas. Teka Pilipinas is a movement that is championed by our vice president, our vice chairman. It envisions a Filipino community that has well-developed information and computer technology skill set to help them become effective citizens in an increasingly digital world. Now, by advocating digital for capability building, by enabling innovations to happen, our Union Bank puts people first by creating an advocacy called People Tech. People Tech is a movement in which it believes that through upskilling or by upskilling the community or through programs or by creating programs to upskill the community, which shall enhance a person's capability, innovations may happen in our community, in the Philippine community, and possibly open up job opportunities for us. Now, Accelerator, as what Bea mentioned, is an advocacy of the bank. It advocates people tech, but the idea here is that we advocate digital delivery so that innovations may happen through capability building. That being said, we created learning programs that allows us to share knowledge from blockchain, data science, and soon more programs on robotics, data privacy, API development. So with the partnerships that we have with schools as well as the community members, not only are we continuously building learning programs for state universities, colleges in the Philippines, but at the same time, we are actually looking for scholars that allows us to share the insight of this emerging technology so that those who are unemployed or graduating students who finds it very hard to look for jobs can actually get one. So accelerator program, we've had a lot of programs this year. We honestly, I think everyone was very scared when the pandemic happened. We thought that because we ran programs online, particularly to teach others, the main concern was that how do we do this during the pandemic? And the first thing that we did was support our teachers, our educators. So the Union Bank team or the accelerator team, as well as the community of Union Bankers, actually taught 800,000 teachers on emerging tech, but particularly on how to teach their students. So these are programs from Microsoft, Canva, how to use them, how to be able to create animated presentations. Because again, all of the teachers were very much concerned about teaching their students, and we wanted to help them figure things out on the digital space. We also launched multiple learning programs. So as you can see here, we have blockchain programs, we have cybersecurity, we have data privacy. Soon we will be releasing our API programs, our data science, and all of this was done through international or global partners that allows us to extend our hands as union bankers and share the knowledge on emerging tech to a lot of people. So if you've taken blockchain programs at, let's say, 1,000 USD before, and now you could just take it for 1,000, 5,000, 3,000, and all of that is because of the accelerator program. At the same time, we've also shared some insights on Game Changers. Game Changers is a program that we created during the pandemic that allows us to share information on different technical or power skills coming from communities to be able to share our insights on robotics through different industry leaders that we have in the bank as well as other partners that is more than happy to share these insights to the community. At the same time, we are actually we've been launching our esports, and soon the accelerator program will be heading an esports for the eager Filipinos who has been continuously learning during the pandemic, as well as students who needs funds. This is an opportunity to, since I'm assuming that most of us are gamers here, during the pandemic or within this program, you could share those games, your skills in those games, and actually be one of our accelerators. So accelerator program, we run learning programs all online. We run this through different schedules, but at the same time, all of them can be accessed through synchronous and asynchronous sessions. What we do want to say is that we want to make sure that everyone continues learning because it's very important. A lot of people lost their jobs, right? So you know for a fact that people are gonna fight for a job that they want, and you're looking at thousands of Filipinos all wanting to get into one job. So as the accelerator community grows, we hope that you grow with us or you be part of the community to be able to mentor others also into emerging tech or possibly co-create with them innovations with possible fundings from different VCs. So yeah, so I will end this very quick. We know for a fact that the pandemic, despite what everyone say, it still affects a lot of people. So don't worry, it won't last forever. It's important to think positive, to learn and learn and relearn, because soon, even after the pandemic, things will continue, and it's important to make life interesting and meaningful as we go. Yep, that's it from me. Bea, Abby.
Hello. To introduce our the next person who will share from the team, Miss Abby Caberte, fresh from the graduation from
Yeah, from
Blockchain Business
blockchain.
Specialist Program. Hi, Miss Abby.
Thanks, Bea. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mix, for such a wonderful program about Accelerator. And good afternoon to the participants. And would like to just share the Union Bank's journey to becoming a digital bank, which started in 2016. Since then, the bank has continued to building programs like Blockchain 100, where we hire 100 junior developers and taught them of the blockchain technology. Next is the Data Science and AI Institute, where we train 40 people in data science technology. And you know what? The best part? You are trained and you are paid, and that's only by Union Bank. So the bank continued to build capabilities, as mentioned by Nick earlier, such as in robotics, machine learning, API, DevSecOps, and even in cloud computing. So don't be left behind. Join us and be the best version of yourself. Follow us in our social media pages, FB, IG, and LinkedIn. And together, let's own the future, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Miss Abby. Okay, so to before we end, I'd just like to host a quick game time for all the participants watching in Facebook and in YouTube. I have 5 questions for you guys to answer, and we're giving away accelerator program vouchers for the upcoming run of our blockchain development program on next Saturday, October 24, and some of UB giveaways as well. So let me just share my screen quickly again. Okay. So hopefully you see my screen. All right. So this is. All right. So ready na kayo guys ha, mga keypad warriors. I have 5 questions. I could get 2, 3 winners each for each question that I'll give. You just have to answer quickly in the comment section wherever you are in, may it be in YouTube or in Facebook, so we can check. And then from there, we will be giving you the prizes. So for this specific question, we'll be giving away a UB swag bag with some Union Bank goodies for you guys. I'll be getting 2 winners. So just type in the correct answer in the chat box real quick. Okay. When I say go, type in the chat box, and we'll give you the answer after that. Okay. So first question, ready na guys? Here. So blockchain and Bitcoin are the same. True or false? I hope I see some answers in the comment box, but for everyone's the answer is false. So well, blockchain actually enables cryptocurrency which is used for Bitcoin. So the answer for this one is false. So first 2 who commented in both groups, I'll check later so I can send you the goodies. Next question. So the actual person behind Bitcoin is unknown. True or false? I hope answers are coming in. So, okay. So the answer is false. Well, if you search for Bitcoin, you'll actually find the name of Satoshi Nakamoto, but it's actually a pseudonym for, I guess, the person or the group of persons who authored a white paper on Bitcoin. So there, trivia for blockchain for you today, guys. Next question, I'll be getting 3 answers for this one naman. Okay, so where is the Bitcoin Central Server located? Is it in Washington, D.C., London, undisclosed location, or none of the above? This is a tough one. So I'll be getting 3 winners from this, if ever. So, okay, so the answer for this one is actually none of the above. Since there is no central server, Bitcoin is network peer-to-peer sharing, and then it's a central storage system as well. It's the ledger of Bitcoin is distributed. And yeah, so there. Next question, our 4th question. What does P2P stand for? Our bus transportation system, is it person to person, product to product, or peer to peer? So, yeah, go ahead and type in your answers. I'm getting 3 winners for this also, and hopefully, yeah, 3 persons have been able to answer. Okay. Okay. So for this final question, this is a bit hard if you think about it. But for this one, we're giving away free vouchers for the next run of our blockchain developers program starting next week. So whoever is the top two winners or top two answers for this one will be giving 2 vouchers for free. So we'll be getting in touch with you once we once we know who the winners are. So basically, it's a program where you start with a module, self-paced module, and then you take a qualifying exam. And then if you pass the qualifying exam, you'll be working with other professional students who will be developing use cases for blockchain itself. So this is a tough one. Hope you get some of you get the answers right. Okay, so be ready. I'll be choosing 2 winners for this one. All right. Okay, so the question is, if you know stuff about blockchain, which industry can use blockchain? So advertising, finance, healthcare. So just please type in your answers. All right, so I'll be looking at the comment section. Thank you everyone for joining us today.
Okay, thank you, Union Bank, for that. So, guys, keep in touch. I wait for Miss Bea to keep in touch with you guys for those winners that she on the game that she showed earlier. So, moving on to our next talk for this afternoon. So, allow me to introduce to you Margaret, also known as Macy. So, oops, sorry about that. Okay, also known as Macy. So she's a mental health activist, public speaker, writer, and vlogger as well. As a student, and she said, as a student at UC Davis studying psychology and in international relations. She also handles over 800 plus members in over 15 plus countries in her organization and has been featured in over 20 plus media platforms and has given 40 plus talks in and out of the Philippines. So to give us a talk on mental health and the psychology of emotion in technology, let's welcome Miss Margaret Alexandra Castaneda Lee.
Hi everyone, my name is Macy. I go by Macy, but my real name is Margaret. I'm the founder and executive director of Tongue Lisa My State of Mind, and I'm very, very happy and excited to speak to all of you today. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly to share my presentation. I just wanted to ask if everyone can see. Is my screen good? I hope the hosts are like good with it. Okay. All right, so we're gonna start. So hi everyone. Again, I'm really, really happy and excited to talk to all of you. Thank you so much, Google and Google Philippines DevFest, for having me over. It is an honor, and it is my pleasure to share with you all the knowledge that I have with mental health and technology and the intersection between that. So again, my talk is going to be all about mental health and the psychology of emotion, specifically how we function as human beings and how our emotion is altered because of technology. But before I start, I wanted to introduce myself and share with you guys kind of who I am, what I do, and why I'm so passionate about mental health and how it intersects with various things. So hi everyone, my name is Macy. I use the she, her pronouns. I'm the founder and executive director again of Talent Lisa and My State of Mind, which are two mental health organizations, and I will talk more about them later. So what do I do? What the host said a while ago, I'm a student. I study psychology and international relations at UC Davis. So I'm a bit dead right now because I am in a different time zone and it's kind of late for me. But I'm a psychology and international relations major. I hope to work at the UN, concentrating on their wellness field. That's why I also study psychology. I'm focusing mainly on social and developmental psychology, which is why I also study a lot of sociology, philosophy, and kind of keeping in track with like social issues. I'm a mental health activist, so I've been working as a mental health activist since I was 14 years old. I've been doing public speaking as well since I was 15. I'm a writer and I also create videos. So I really like using a lot of mediums to express myself and the work that I do. So I also wanted to share with you guys what Talent Lisa is. So when I was 14, I founded Talent Lisa, which is a mental health nonprofit organization based in the Philippines. We are entirely youth-led and we focus a lot on mental illnesses, to more of like everyday mental health stigmas, and we try to destigmatize that through our projects. So Talent Lisa has been running since 2016. We have grown to over, I believe, 50 plus executive team members, and in total with the volunteers, we're around 500. Talent Lisa is something that I started because I wanted to share my mental health stories with my brother who has autism and also with myself. When I was younger, I suffered severe anxiety, and I was able to kind of move on from that phase eventually through, reaching out for constant help and learning more about mental health in general. And having a brother with autism, it has also inspired me to fight for people with disabilities. So Talent Lisa again started out as a blog that I had on WordPress. And through that blog, it grew to become an organization where we actually did projects and where we actually were able to interact with people, specifically Filipinos at that time. So that is the origin of the TD story. Here's a photo of me and my family, of me and my brother. So he was diagnosed when he was 3 years old, and I was born 8 years later than him, which is why I really grew in that environment where my parents really educated me on the importance of inclusivity and making sure that people are on the same track as you. So that is basically the origin story. My family is really the inspiration behind it. So what is TD today? More than a blog, we also have a zine, we have newsletters, we have many, many events that we host in person back when coronavirus wasn't a thing. We also created merchandise, and we also have a scholarship fund where we help autistic scholars be able to go to school, or anyone with exceptionalities for that matter. And TD, if you guys didn't know, is the English meaning is a pure shining star, Pala being starred, Lisa being pure. And the reason why I named it Talent Lisa is because I believe that people with exceptionalities and people within whatever kind of mental disability still has the ability to shine in their own way, even with things that may hinder them from it. So I also wanted to share a little bit on the way we work in the organization, because I feel like it's a really, really important key mark that we really prioritize. So we prioritize you first. We treat each other like family. We see rest as productivity, and kindness, respect, and inclusivity is something that we live by and practice. So before doing any kind of work, before moving on with big things for the organization, we always take into account, how the members are doing and, how we can improve their well-being, because they're also going through their own mental health journey. And My State of Mind is something that is extended of Talent Lisa. when I moved to the United States for college last year, I started My State of Mind, and it basically has the same objectives as San Lisay. We're an entirely youth-led organization, except we are present in anywhere else other than the Philippines. So as of right now, we're open in around 15 plus countries, and we have over 800 plus members operating different parts of the world. And basically the goal of My State of Mind is to kind of intersect global issues with mental health, kind of, what's happening in this country and how is it affecting people in that region? What can we do to help, kind of thing. So that's what My State of Mind does. We are really one big dynamic family. We actually had a meeting earlier today with the Talent Lisay team, and it was a call of over like 100 people, and we were all interacting with each other, spewing out ideas for the future of the mental health scene during this pandemic. So that's our global branch, but it basically has the same goals as Talent Lisay. All right, so I wanted to start off kind of my talk with what emotion is, because emotion, I feel like, is something that has to do with everything. And I just wanted to give you kind of a glimpse of the basic terminologies and what they imply. So when you think of emotion, I'm sure you all think of like kind of like the basic sadness, fear, anger, happiness, etc., etc. But emotion is more complex than those things that we kind of perceive emotion to fit in the mold into. Emotion can vary. Emotion is very fluid, because emotion is simply a psychological state that we all experience. It can be a state or a process that mediates between our concerns or goals and events of our world. So depending on our context and where we surround ourselves, like the people we surround ourselves with, our emotions will be very different. And this is also why I'll get into later on why emotions are so different for other people. So Sylvan Tompkins is very world-renowned psychologist, has said, at any one time, an emotion gives priority to one concern over others. It gives that concern urgency. So emotions are very based on what we currently experience. It's very present. Emotion is kind of like a fleeting feeling that you get in an instant because of another factor. So I hope that we kind of have that notion that emotions pop up based on our certain contexts and situations. And while we do have labels for certain emotions, emotion in itself isn't based on those labels. So how are we wired? I wanted to talk about this because I think it's really important to understand how our brain works for us to connect how social media has controlled it. So William James, this famous psychologist again, he coined the term physiological approach to emotion. There's a lot of like, what do you call it, theories on how emotion is wired, but with context to kind of the way our world is working right now, I feel like this is the approach that makes most sense. So this is a quote from one of his studies. He said, "Bodily changes follow directly the perception of the exciting fact and feeling of the same changes as they occur." And that is what he said an emotion was. So in layman's terms, like, how can we kind of encapsulate what he proposed? So James basically said that emotion is concentrated on experience and argued that this experience is embodied physiologically. So basically what he's saying is that through what we're experiencing, our senses get a grasp of whatever that is, and so through that grasp, emotion is conveyed. And I think this is, again, the most realistic approach that can be applied today and what we are experiencing today. And I will connect that later on when I get into the whole social media spiel. Now, how has it evolved? Obviously, he was a very, very old psychologist back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. But, how has it evolved now? And I think the most important thing to remember on how emotions in psychology has evolved is that emotions as being locally rational. So they think that emotions are really rooted in rationality. So psychologists say that their rationality doesn't range over all possible considerations. Instead, emotions are rational and that they help us deal adaptively with concerns specific to our current context. And I think this is, very acute and detailed. And it was really connected to what William James said a while ago, that it is based on the experience that we have. Obviously, there isn't much philosophy to emotion now that we have, more technology to discover, how scientific our emotion can get. But it kind of has the same concept as what William James said. We have been wired that way. We naturally get affected to what we experience. And Rene Descartes, a famous mathematician, psychologist, and scientist, eventually also described how emotions cannot be entirely controlled by thinking, but they can be regulated by thoughts, and especially thoughts that are true. So I wanted to insert this philosophy by Descartes because it's related to how what William James and current psychologists describe as emotions being in our context. If we have certain thoughts that are being regulated throughout that context, throughout whatever experience, it can lead to, more emotional outbursts and more overthinking. So I wanted to insert that idea because I think this is a really, really great point to how social media is so consistent with popping up in our lives and regulating our thought process. And in turn, emotionally deeply affecting us. And I wanted to give, this is like really kind of boring statistics, but I also wanted to give just like an actual, one of the latest studies that fMRI has, seen over the past few years. So Vignemont and Singer, these two psychologists again that study emotion and social psychology, found through fMRI these results. So they tested basically around, I'm ballparking around 10 to 15 people. It was a very small study, and they basically grouped them up into little small groups. They put in some kind of like videos in there for them to watch, and they tried to see how similar the emotions were and how people as a group felt in general. So what their study showed is that having an emotion, which in some similar is that of a person, is elicited by observation and imagination of the other's emotion, and it also involves knowing that the other is the source of one's own emotion. So the fact that they had, a bunch of people in the room watch the same form of media, it really reinforces stronger emotions, is what this study is saying, because you're also seeing how other people interact. And if you think about it, even if in social media we can't see each other in real life and in technology, technology and media has created ways for us to kind of share that emotional turmoil or whatnot. And I think that's what is kind of similar to what, Singer saw in this study, that, it's elicited also by observation. If a lot of people are very emotional and are crying, for example, in one room, highly likely that person will be affected as well. And so I wanted to connect that with how social media kind of controls that, and how social media gathers large groups of people feel a certain way. And I know that wording can also be kind of skeptical and suspicious, but it is very true and it is very evident. And I also wanted to insert this things from one of my textbook, actually. This was something I studied and something that our professor somewhat reminded us on the psychology of emotion and how emotions work. So this is kind of the bottom line. Our emotions are usually functional, but can sometimes be dysfunctional. And I think this is a really, really, really concrete way of kind of encapsulating how our emotions work. It can get out of hand. That's kind of the bottom line here. And I wanted to make that a reminder for all of you. Whatever situation you're in, your emotions get so out of hand, and it's so hard to control because it's such a big, feeling in our chests, and it's, there's a lot of physiology behind it. There's a lot of biology behind why we feel so many things at the same time. So I think we can all agree that emotions can be dysfunctional. So now that we have kind of a good background and framework on how, our brains work, how we do in social media, how we kind of function in this day and age. I wanted to introduce to you, obviously, now the social media and technology aspect of emotion. So I'm sure all of you would say that, social media and technology is pretty good, right? Like, would you say it helped you improve as a person? I can definitely say it has. I think social media and technology is awesome because, it really connected people faster than ever before. And it is so inclusive and accessible to a lot of people who have a phone, to people who have a laptop or a Wi-Fi connection, because you have the ability to connect with people from all across the world, like what we're doing right now. So I think it is good. But, and sorry, before I start with the negative implications, I just also wanted to give you a quick statistical outlook on how social media has been doing. So I'm sure all of you know what TikTok is. TikTok is a very famous creative application that people use to, kind of express themselves, kind of do dances and whatnot. And I just wanted to let you guys know, during quarantine, over 738 million downloads have been used to get TikTok on over like billions and billions of phones. So there has definitely been an increase since the past 2 years with the use of social media. So connecting that with my first slide, it is pretty good. Social media has not been that harmful to us simply because, we're entertained by it. It has given us a lot of comfort during quarantine, but there's also a downside to that, which I'll get in a bit. So long story short, a lot of people have TikTok, and I'm sure most of you watching this have TikTok as well. Now, tying this with our 2020 and how this year has been, COVID, coronavirus have solely made us rely on virtual interactions. And, as human beings, we know that we were not wired to solely rely on these interactions. We were made to, see each other in the flesh, to do things out of social media. But yet, this is the case that we face today. So what does it look like? What does social media look like in terms of how it functions in our brains, how it affects us? What does it do to us? In a nutshell, I think anyone at Google and anyone who's been working at Google, their main, concern is just to make life easier for us. And I think, other companies like Instagram, Facebook, Macintosh, Microsoft, whatever, they're there to make our lives easier. But because of convenience, it has in turn manipulated us and rewired our brain to act a certain way. Now, there's this big generational gap between boomers and Gen Zers because of the environment that we were raised in. People in the past, I think, more have a virtue of patience because, they didn't have that accessibility, they didn't have that convenience. And I think a problem with Gen Z and some millennials now is that because we're so used to getting information and next kind of opportunities fast in the tip of our fingertips, that in turn kind of made us used to that culture. And so we think that, this is also applied to everything we do in life. And as sad as it is, we are the product of social media and technology. The fact that we give our attention and so much of our time and energy on social media, spending time on these applications, we are the product. That's how these companies are able to make money. And sadly, what makes me sad here is that the product can also be an expense of our mental health and how we're doing, mentally on a day-to-day basis. A lot of people think that, YouTube makes money because of all the advertisements that come in, all the companies that invest on us. But if you think about it, I just wanted to rebuttal that statement because if you think about it, like if we didn't watch YouTube in the first place, if an app wasn't being used, how will they get the ads? So again, what I'm relaying here is that, what we think and the time spent and the energy we spent on this thing is really the product and not the ad itself from other companies. Because at the end of the day, these companies also work together. So this is what it does to us. I'm pretty sure we're at some degree kind of familiar with this, especially if you watched the movie The Social Dilemma, which I'm not so sure if any of you watched yet, but should definitely check it out. It's on Netflix, but it's a great documentary if you want to learn more about kind of like how social media affects your emotions. But at the end of the day, this is kind of like the gist of how it controlled us so far. Also, I wanted to give a kind of a history on how it does that. So applications tweak their program algorithm to catch our attention, so time is spent more in their app. So tying in with what I said a while ago, time and attention span really is the product of social media and technology. And one way of them catching that attention is, for example, the like button. It's meant to spread positivity, but at the same time, liking things and posting something and not getting enough likes, makes people seek validation. And in turn, because of that consistent action, people get emotionally attached to this validation, which is really, really bad, and really, really toxic. And another thing I think is also like the follow button. I think that button has also gotten really toxic, especially on Instagram. When you compare like a number of followers you have to another person. And another way that people catch us like using that more is, I don't know if you guys have Instagram, but for those that do, usually they do that to the tactic of like suggested people you should follow, and they get like people near your area. So that's another application tactic that some applications do. Applications do because of, kind of getting people's attention easily. Now, the more time you use on social media, the more the algorithm knows about you. Really, the algorithm is really based on like your searches. This is more of a technical part of the technology, but they get to know you through what you search. They get to know you through the things that you follow. And again, they use these algorithms to take advantage of your attention and your mental health. So these are some long-run negative effects, because I kind of wanted to, not to be a pessimist, but I really wanted to like focus more on kind of the worst case scenarios it can give to people, because some people handle social media well, some people don't. But for those that are very kind of unstable mentally, and people who have anxiety, like basically this can have really long-run negative effects on people. And I remember when I was suffering from anxiety, like really, really bad anxiety, I remember like being really skeptical on like making an Instagram account at 13 years old, and like, having the pressure of like posting so many things. So this somehow destroys our society because of willful ignorance. We want to see what we want to see all the time based on our likes and dislikes. And so because they have catered what we see on social media so specifically, we might in turn not be open-minded anymore about, negative things happening in the world. And so a lot of people in turn have been ignorant. And I think as someone from Gen Z in particular, being born into this technical age might suffer greater effects due to them growing up in a society that demands constant validation. And I've definitely experienced that because, as someone who had like a Facebook account at like 8 years old, and like, someone that grew up with like a cell phone at an early age, I think being exposed to that, I've been so used to the culture and the idea that validation comes in the form of technology, having the latest, gadget, or, having this app and, thriving in that app, whatever it may be. So those are the first two negative effects I've thought of. Some more long-run negative effects is, third and foremost, having a strong opinion about something, but an immediate strong opinion. This is a little bit vague, but what I mean by this is that, some people think they know everything because they have information at the tip of their fingers. And usually what circulates a lot on Twitter, especially on Twitter, are fake news. I'm so sure that all of you have heard of the term fake news, but fake news is basically news that's spread on social media like rapid wildfire without anyone having the ability to check, where the source is from and, who was able to write that kind of news. And so because of all this fake news spreading, people have wrong, strong, immediate opinions about things. It can range from politics to kind of like economic stability, to kind of like people's welfare, to pop culture even. Celebrities now, they face so much, cancel culture because of fake news that is spread about them. So I think this is a very, very negative effect, just simply because it's a very toxic thing to have in your community. Obviously, another obvious long-run negative effect from all of this pressure in media are mental health issues. I don't think I can definitely say that I've been affected because of social media, not entirely, but it has definitely affected my mental health. Like, I can definitely share with all of you maybe next time, like, events that I have clearly remembered was struck from social media, and the fact that it's just something that I saw and I was like so affected by it, and like my whole day is ruined by it. There's so many, there's like a whole spectrum, and there are a plethora of events where people can definitely testify that media and technology have negatively affected their mental health. It gives people more reason to think about unsubstantial things. It gives people so much sadness and so much anxiety that with the consistency of that action, like throughout months and even years, it has led to people really, really into a self-deprecating situation, as sad as that sounds. But I've definitely seen it for myself and through other people. And the last long-run negative effect is also the kind of countdown culture that we've created. We're always waiting for the next thing to happen, for the next news to come up. We're always waiting for the next album to come up, for the next viral influencer to discover. And so that countdown culture affects us because we don't get to live in the present moment. And I think that's a long-run negative effect, because we shouldn't be counting down days until something happens, but we should live authentically in the present moment. So before I get into kind of the resolution aspect of this presentation, I wanted to let you all know that acceptance is strength. And this is something that I was able to see in my school in one of my fairs last year. And this was in a technology booth, actually. And most of the entrepreneurs there were saying that, in our ever-evolving situation with, our control with society and our environment, accepting what we have right now is already strength. So for everyone working in the tech industry, for people working in the mental health industry, in the psychology industry, really accept the situation or whatever is going on internally or externally. And that is already such a big source of strength. And moving forward, there's so many things to do, but I think that's the first step to finally healing from kind of the pressures of media, working in a toxic environment and technology, and kind of being even like a bystander, like as a user of it, accepting your situation is strength. So what can we do? I think to save our mental health, to save our emotions, these are like one of the most realistic things I believe that people can do to kind of save their sanity while in this age of technology. So the first is to question everything we see online, especially if it reflects everything about us. Like what I said a while ago, our TikTok For You page, our Facebook feed, they know us so well, they know so much about us, but questioning everything you see can kind of give us more curiosity mixed with skepticism regarding searches that align with like random ideologies. So basically what this means is that when we question everything we see online, and if we are curious and skeptical about the things we see, that can save our mental health a lot, because number one, we're not gullible to fake news. Number two, we are socially and emotionally aware of how something is controlling the way we feel, because we can't give power to something as unsubstantial as a post on Instagram to control our emotion, and for it to us to like steer our day. So the first 2 points, if we are emotionally aware and if we know that social media is just a construct, then we can in turn save our mental health so much. The third point is to consciously resist the attention extraction model that makes social media friendly. So what I mean by the attention extraction model is, it's kind of self-explanatory, but social media really is designed to catch our attention and for us to spend lots of time for it. So by constantly resisting that, now that we're aware of, how much it can reel us into our day, really resist that. It's as simple as, using, kind of having a limit for yourself, like on how much you use your phone, aside from work and play. Find hobbies that aren't related to social media and to using your phone and technology, because the less attention we give it, the more productive we are, and somewhat, and the less emotionally unstable we can be, especially if you feel like you're someone who personally doesn't really do well when spent too much time on social media. I think that's really, really good for you to extract yourself out of that situation. But I also wanted to remind all of you that you also have to be self-aware. Am I the type of person that gets affected by technology and social media easily? Once you're self-aware, then you can get a gauge on how much time you spend on it. So before I end, I just want you all to remember that social media and technology is a construct. It is something that is built by humanity for a good reason and for a good intention, but at the end of the day, it has kind of evolved into something else. So in your journey to self-acceptance and self-love, you will find that different versions of yourself exist through other eyes of people, and that different versions of yourself exist in different people. And also, the way you portray yourself on social media is not equivalent to who you are in reality. People will voice out their respective opinions about you, and you will find kind of conflict within yourself when using media like these. But, the most important version of yourself is how you view yourself. Not how you portray yourself online, or how you, talk to people, or use kind of media as an emblem to, kind of define yourself. You're much more than how you interact and use technology, and how much time you spend on it. You are your own self, and you are your own world. And I always tell people this: you are your own universe experiencing yourself. So be proud of that and embrace it. And know that your value as a person is never based on anything. It's solely based on, how unique you are, and kind of like your purpose and your passion in the world. You're defined by, things like that, and not by, kind of really, really shallow and unsubstantial things like social media. And I wanted to kind of give you this kind of segue reminder, simply because, as a mental health activist, I really wanted to make that clear. I think as a 19-year-old, I have seen that social media has really kind of evolved the way we think about ourselves more than anyone else. It has definitely affected my self-esteem, and I think a lot of people can also kind of, give their testament on that. I can definitely give mine. I have definitely changed the way that social media has controlled my way of thinking. For me, I am not an accessory to the social media that I use. Instead, I use it as my accessory. I view social media technology now as something that I use to make my life more convenient, like the way it was made. But I do not give it power at all to control my day and to control how I feel. And that can take a really, really long process. And, I really see some people struggling with that. But as long as you want to get out of that bubble and out of that stereotype, then you can do it. Our path to healing and our path to better mental health starts with, I think, also reducing, our time on technology and social media if needed. So remember that, we're all on different journeys. We're all different people, but we share that commonality. And I assure you that, this won't get the best of us now that we're more aware. So with that, I just wanted to thank all of you for listening and learning more about, mental health, technology. And I also just wanted to say, stay safe. And I hope that all of you take care with, whatever you're doing right now. And so I'll pass it on to the hosts.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Macy, for your talk. Her topic is really timely right now, especially that even the youngest kids are already in social media. So it's very important to take care of our mental health so that we can be all we know how to cater to those feeds, or Instagram feeds, or TikTok or Facebook feeds, and how can we deal with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, So we have a few questions
Oh yeah,
for Miss Macy. Okay, so can we flash the first question? What are some practices you can implement in a workplace that can help establish a good environment for mental health?
I think just simple things. Doesn't really have to be, kind of like big practices. But I'll share with you what we do in my organization, because I think that can also be kind of a good example for like a workplace, because we all do kind of work towards things at some point. I think just having like a really, really comfortable and like warm, inclusive environment. And I think one way to do that, one way to create a very warm and open environment, is by being able to respect other people's identities. So, for example, before people come into the executive team, one of the main questions we ask them is that, please check off this like list. We have a list of like identities you resonate with. So, for example, if you're part of the LGBTQ community, please, feel free to share with us your story, or how you want to be addressed as, and like what things you're sensitive with. If you're a person of color, and if you're someone, for example, from a low income family, and you want to share that kind of identity with us, and if it's something that's a big part of you, please share it. Having that open communication really helped my organization like do a lot of things. And even though we just are mostly like high school, college students, we are going through like one of the most turbulent times in our lives. And so I think when people were able to get that like kind of recognition, like, oh, I matter, like this part of me matters, it really made a really empathetic environment. So I think in effect, like what that did was people like talked more, there was a lot of like rapport between us. It became more like a family like gathering than like a Zoom workspace. So I think that's one thing that you can do in a workplace. And also in our emails, we really love using pronouns. So like, for example, if someone's sending an email, after our like preferred name, we put in our preferred pronouns. So at least the people we're communicating with kind of like acknowledge what kind of gender we identify with, or if you're non-binary and stuff like that. So I think that's like a more concrete example of what we do. But in general, really having respect, kindness, and like inclusivity in your workspace.
It's good to have a community that turned into family, and as well as respect your pronouns, or your sexuality, or your gender orientation. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so next question. How can we cope with burnout and low self-esteem in an industry where longer hours are rewarded rather than productivity?
Oh, this is a really good question, because I've personally experienced this in college, like last year when I was like working like 2 jobs. Um, I think the important thing is really just to balance out your schedule, because what I do understand, because like living here in the US is so expensive, like I can't afford anything, like it's a lot. And so one thing I've learned is that I love working, because it personally provides for me and it helps my family. But you really have to see the fine line between working and like knowing when to stop, just so that you can make time for yourself mentally. Because other than working for a meaningful job that you like, and kind of like having longer hours for it, at the end of the day, like the purpose of like life, not to be philosophical, is really not to kind of get to whatever kind of industry. Like I feel like as long as you're happy, doing well, and content, then you shouldn't pressure yourself to like spend so much time on a certain job when you clearly know that you need a break in something. And I think a lot of self-awareness comes in it too. So I think to become more self-aware, you have to ask yourself, how am I feeling in this environment right now? Like, do I feel like my boss is giving me too much work? Like I should be, really honest and like open and like very communicative about that, because at the end of the day, your boss also wants to for him to improve, right? As someone handling a big group of people. And I think that the best way to cope with that really is just to be honest with yourself, and just be brave and like tell people, okay, I need like a timeout right now. And actually right now I'm also working a job, like I'm an RA, so I help in the dorms, like I live here. And I have had so much conflict with my boss, because he's like physically very strict. And I told him, I was like, I can only do this amount of hours per day. And I was so scared to tell him that, but after I said that, it felt really good. So just take that next step. It can take a lot, but like give time for yourself. But just have that like open communication.
Okay, good. Okay, so we still have time for one more question. Okay, so last question is, what can you say about people who have social media as a career like influencers? Do they have a harder time having good mental health compared to regular people?
This is a really good question, especially with my spurge of like TikTok references a while ago. But what can I say? I think they're great. I mean, if they're personally happy and thriving in that success, I think that these influencers are actually making good sources of it, because I know that it's very typical, especially of Asian culture, to kind of like have that traditional pathway to life, right? Like kind of like going to college, and then having like a job. But if social media also gave us an opportunity to actually earn money, to get a livelihood out of being an influencer. And I think there's something wrong with it. I think they're doing great. Like Charlie D'Amelio, like snap, like she has her own coffee now. Like I'm just like, go off, queen. Like, yeah, I'm happy for her. Like, she had an opportunity to kind of share her talent, which is dance, right? It's not really an intellectual like thing per se, like like a blue collar, white collar job, right? But it's what technology has given us. It's kind of the new dynamic now. So I think they have a really cool career. If I could be a TikToker, I could, but I can't dance. So they have a harder time having good mental health compared to regular people. I can't say because I don't know them personally. Some people may handle it well. I can say that. Some people, some YouTubers, some influencers are openly like very blatant about it, and they're like, I'm having the worst time, I'm having a mental breakdown, and that's okay. As long as they're comfortable with their platform and what they're communicating, that's fine. But I will say one thing. I definitely do think that influencers have a lot of pressure with, their mental health and how they portray themselves. Because as an influencer, I know that you have to be active like all the time on your social media. Like I feel like if I followed, for example, my favorite TikToker and he didn't post for a day, I just like questioning like, okay, why isn't he posting today? And what if that person is just going through like a really rough day and they couldn't, do anything about it? So I think they have so much pressure to have it together all the time. But I think as I'm not an influencer at all, but I think as a bystander, what I try to do is that I just try not to like go deep into like a really like ranty, like those like tea accounts, like getting into some kind of drama and like bullying these influencers and like saying like assuming things about them, because at the end of the day we don't know them. They're portraying who they want to be on social media, but in reality we have no idea who they are. And the same goes for us. Like if I were an influencer, like people can assume things about me, but they don't know everything about me. And I can say the same. I don't know them. If they were an influencer in return, like I can't say anything. So I think they do have a lot of pressure. So I think to be kind netizens, we should not put pressure on, people going through it, especially like celebrities in the Philippines. I know there's a lot of like, I don't know if uso pa yung mga like magazines and stuff, like the magazines.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's not.
I know, like before, like growing up, so like my mom would buy that even like. So we shouldn't partake in that. We should, because they're still people. So yeah, that's my feel.
And especially that influencers only give you like a minute or 5 to 10 minutes of her time on the internet. I totally agree with that.
For sure.
Okay. So thank you so much, Miss Macy. Do you have any social media handles that people can connect with you so that if they have further questions, they can directly contact you?
For sure, yeah. I love talking about this. I can talk about any of these all the time. So I'm just Macy Loves Cows everywhere. If you want to get connected with me professionally, my website is macylovescows.com. And it's called Macy Loves Cows just because I love cows. Random fact about me, I just love cows and they're my favorite animal. So that's why. So yeah, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and also on Facebook, and also my TikTok. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Miss Macy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Miss Macy talking about mental health in the technology or the tech industry. So before we proceed to our next speakers, I would like to remind everyone of our photo booth competition. So don't forget to take a photo using the DevFest page photo booth, which is on the screen right now. Share it on social media using your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or LinkedIn accounts with the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest. Okay, so it's on the screen right now. Prizes will be we have one gift bundle and then three Awangan drip bags to be given away, one for each day. Also, you can also get a chance to win grab vouchers by sharing your DevFest experience along with your virtual photo booth photo in your social media. Don't forget to use the hashtags hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag DevFest, hashtag Google Developer, and hashtag GDG Manila. So there'll be 5 winners of Grab vouchers and 1 winner of a virtual photo booth package courtesy of NVN Photo Studio. Okay, so we hope that everyone is actively posting right now on their social media so that they can have their own grab vouchers, gift bundles as well, and coffee drips. Okay, and lastly, don't also forget to confirm your attendance on the DevFest Google form so that you can get a chance to win your own Google Home Mini. Okay, so let's proceed now to our next speaker. So he is a software engineer from Los Angeles that specializes in front-end development, UX design, and products. His range of skills comes from his experience as a full-stack software engineer, a business analyst, a product lead, and from being a mentor trainer for boot camps and learning programs. He's curious in building applications and utilizes techniques and approaches from multiple disciplines in order to have a more robust understanding of how a product evolves. He is active in different tech communities through events and mentorship programs, helping to inspire, teach, and groom the next generation of software engineers and designers. He is a big geek for superheroes and anime and loves dancing, baking, and cooking. He then also fuses concepts and ideas from these hobbies to come up with creative and innovative solutions. Talking about a practical guide to build your own personal brand, please help me welcome Mr. Alex Solis.
Hello, everybody. So I think it's good evening at that time. And right now I live in Los Angeles, which is around 2 a.m. And same as Macy, it's like kind of dead at night. But, this is dedication for GDG Philippines DevFest. I do want to take an opportunity just to say thank you for an organization to have this talk for me because I'm really passionate of sharing all the techniques that I've compiled throughout all of my mentorships. And I do want to say thank you for Macy, the previous speaker, for discussing mental health, diversity, and inclusivity, especially with sharing your pronouns. And I also love the branding because, from that, I will go on to my actual talk. So let me pull up my screen. So my talk for today is a practical guide to build your personal brand. My name is Alex. I'm a software engineer from Los Angeles, and a bit of a disclaimer, because the nature of my talk has a lot of logos and trademarks used in this presentation. I would note that all of these brand images and copyrights and trademarks belongs to their original owners, and all of this is pretty much for everybody to learn on how to build their own brand. A little more about me. I'm Alex. My pronouns are he, him, and I specialize in front-end UX and products. And that's my introduction. But I could always introduce myself as the whole thing with a spunky, tenacious software engineer. I could just say, hi, I'm Alex, a software engineer for front-end UX and products. Hi, I'm Alex, a software engineer, and that's my first name. Hi, I'm Alex. And when you start off with it's just me and you just share your name, like, hi, I'm Alex. What kind of story do you think that person is? Like, for if you are listening to me right now, what do you think of me? And also, what is your story when people think of you and when you introduce yourself for the first time? And so a little bit of background of me and discussing like how I end up in 2020 with this question mark is I actually started out as a math major from the University of the Philippines, Baguio. And at the same year when I graduated, I joined Point West as a boot camper for a software engineer because they accepted math majors. I became a software engineer, done a lot of projects, and at the same time became a bootcamp trainer, a business analyst, a product lead. I moved to LA in 2018, where I joined Cast and Crew, which is a film production accounting company. And I was there for a software engineer specifically for Angular. COVID happened. Unfortunately, that ended. But that time, with all that free time, I took the challenge for myself to reinvent my brand because I am already in the job market. And so part of this motivation is like sharing to you my talk on those experiences. And aside from that, I've been doing mentorship programs under Out in Tech. It's a LGBTQ plus tech community space that provides a lot of different events from Get That Gig to digital mentorship programs and a lot of panel talks. And it's pretty much where I got involved with a lot more events. I'm also a dancer. I've already mentioned that, but that already brought along with my work at Point West, where we established a dance crew. And even one of the parties for Cast and Crew, I danced on stage and a lip sync battle as doing a Britney routine at Avalon Theater Hollywood, and so that was exciting. But during this quarantine, like aside from dancing, it's like I just pretty much did cooking and baking so many times with my free time, and I'm just like want to share this full screen. I even made a Pikachu cake for my birthday. But that's my story. And what's my motivation for making this talk? It's unfortunate that like there are a lot of the unemployment numbers have been risen, especially for COVID. And in the U.S. alone, there's 6.2 million in February that got in unemployment. And in the Philippines as well, there's an increase in 17.7% of the employment rate. And I think that's like a common problem right now. Like people are trying to find work. And so when I did one of my events for Out in Tech, there were like a lot of like tech people who are like trying to find jobs, especially like software engineers, product designs, and UX and marketing. And part of my motivation is to share that tools that can help you build your brand, and that's what my motivation is for today. And fusing my experience with engineering, UX, and products, I created this guide, and not just like a set of tips that will help you create your brand. This is a compilation of like my experiences in my 7-day challenge throughout this quarantine, throughout the mentorship programs that I've done, and a compilation of just pretty much suggestions from all of my communities all around. And we start off by asking the question, what is a brand or brand? Perhaps brand. Is it a name, logo, resume, website, picture, products? What is it exactly if you have a brand? Well, when you search brand, you're going to see words such as symbols, marks, logo names, maybe names, terms, design, sentences, and all of that. And there's distinct words like identifying and distinct for your brand. And when you have like all of these like elements, you create a brand identity. And so coming back to just a brand, it's encompassing everything from your name, your title, your logo, your catchphrase, your website, your picture. And it's a widely recognized and largely uniform perception of you. And this is going to be on your impression of you, your competencies, your identity that you want to forward, the perception of other people with you, and even a persona that you're trying to embody as a person. And before we go on to my talk, I do want to, while listening to this, I want you to find out what is your goal in terms of having a brand. Because anytime, even if you're not talking in work or anywhere, you will always communicate something. You will communicate that you're not communicative. You will communicate that there is a silo somewhere with you. And so I want you to identify your goal. What maybe it's going to be finding a job, starting a business, becoming an influencer, showcasing a portfolio, creating more content, or getting more gigs or getting more clients. And because establishing that goal will help you expedite what you can forward with your brand. And so what I created is a personal brand guide map with 5 steps. First is persona. And what you do there is you review and strengthen the idea of your personal brand. It involves a lot of introspection with yourself and researching about you. The next one is your toolkit. After getting your persona, creating your persona, is you create your brand and style guide. Next is designing how to interact with your audience. And after you've decided how you interact with the audience, you start building your brand. And then finally, launching your brand and communicating and marketing it. So let's start off with, and roughly in this estimate for this brand guide, I did it in 7 days. And realistically speaking, it can be done. So the first day is day 1. I did pretty much like persona and toolkit building. Day 2 is touch points. Day 3 to 7 is actually the bulk of the work, which is building your assets. And then you have day 7 plus, because once you start building your brand, this is just to launch your brand, but you always have to constantly update your brand as you progress in your career. So let's start off with persona. And when you search persona, and the dictionary meaning is it's the aspect of someone's character that is presented to or perceived by others. And who are these others? Maybe it's your family, your friends, in a professional setting, your enemies or frenemies or rivals, your private life. Maybe you have a different personality with your parents, relatives, or siblings. You may have a different persona with your partner, your best friend, and acquaintances. And you also may have a different persona when you have when you mingle with your coworkers, with your manager, with your teammate, with your team that you're handling, or your clients, or even competition if you are working in corporate and you have a competitor brand. And so all of these are perceptions that already exist, even if you don't communicate. And what we're going to try to do in building a persona is we want to integrate pieces from those different personas and build your own persona or your brand persona, so that this is something that will translate to your professional life, or at least when people have a perception of you, this is the perception that you want for them. And the first thing that the technique that I usually say is first describe an adjective that best describes you. And in the chats, whoever is watching, share your best adjective that applies to you, or you want to be that adjective in the comments. But in this exercise, you'd want to write down 10 different adjectives, because the more deeper adjectives you get, the more it becomes more accurate to what personality, what to embody. And that's like the first technique of your building a personality, and that's where you start. The second one as a technique, and this is like a very humble exercise, and people may already know it, is the Johari window, where you describe what's known to self, unknown to self, and what's known from others and unknown with others. And pretty much everything that's like in your persona mentioned before is already in the arena. But we want to focus on things like in the arenas, there's going to be work experience, your skills, people know that. But your blind spots where people see you, but you don't actually necessarily know, is probably your habits, your work style, how they receive you in terms of like when they meet you in, let's say, an event. And for yourself is you may have hidden talents or ideas or a personality you don't share. And for your unknown self, usually people say here is just the future, but here you could say your future role that you want to be in and your latent abilities that you don't know yet. So maybe you're a software engineer now, but you don't know if you can be a great project manager. That is something that is unknown to self to you and unknown to everybody else because you haven't tried it yet. And so what we want is for a persona that from those three other quadrants is to push all of the pieces and put it in your public arena and where people know you. And that's like one way to do it. Part of it is doing interviews, and it does help like to ask like what's my work ethic and what's like an adjective for like when you first met me. And next one is something more interesting. It's personality indicator types, or the Myers-Briggs type indicator. And so this is a self-report in terms of like identifying your personality. When you go to 16 personalities, it describes to you different 16 personalities. And once you go to the site, you can get like something as an ENTP like me, and it describes to you how you decide or make decisions. And as for me, I'm an assertive debater, and I am pretty much an 89% extrovert. And so what you're trying to do here is, well, identifying that, but creating and getting words for your personality. And so 16 personalities gives you that kind of documentation with that. And you have like your introduction. It goes with your strengths and weaknesses and even workplace habits. And so that creates and adds more wordings to how your personality is for your persona. And a second one that I would say that I would include is brand archetypes. And this is based on the Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, where humans have a tendency to have symbolism. And he identified like 12 different powerful archetypes, which have their own characteristics and decision points. And so part of product is doing your product with an archetype. And what I found to be the most extensive, at least for documentation, is at Kate Putnam's site. She's excited actually for people knowing brand archetypes. And so take the quiz there and you will get to know like your innate branding for that. And for me, my innate branding is being a creator. And so it's similar to brands like Lego where you create, or YouTube, but also as a rebel, because I am a very big geek and I do want to integrate all of these. And so those are the two innate brands that I have. And you get to choose, even if it's not your strongest one, as a brand, as your brand archetype, if that's what you want. Another strategy to introspect about for yourself is actually characters. And from literature like books or media like TV and animation, films, games, is choose a character that resonates with you well. For me, personally, I'm a big Pokemon fan. You could see it in my collection here, and Pikachu says hi. I embody Ash Ketchum for Pokemon. I think that he is great. He does like different kinds of styles and tactics. But I also embody Deku, and like I'm like supporting like with my shirt. Two adjectives that I believe that are part of my brand is being spunky, like Ash, but also the tenacity of Deku as trying to be a hero. And that's like pretty much the combined power of me as my brand. And I just like slap software engineer to it, and I become like a spunky, tenacious software engineer. And so you could do that as part of like your personality as well. Like for Macy, if you love cows, it becomes a brand. Another strategy is like on gaming, like on video games, but I want to share about Dungeons and Dragons, which is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game. And it provides like in the game mechanics there is to create your own characters from your class, race, background, abilities and proficiencies, and personalities, traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. And this exercise helps you write more about a character, but for a certain tendency, like for me, my first character is actually a lot like me. And so that let me put a lot into writing. And I have this character for 4 years. This artwork was made by Ace. Check out his Instagram and his LinkedIn. And he does amazing artwork, by the way. And so I have like a Pokemon artwork, and he's known for his Catriona Gray artwork, which is really awesome. And so going back to my character, Harker, Van Winter, which is a rogue arcane trickster, and it's an urchin, which is pretty much a street kid. or grew up in the streets. And I made an actual write-up for Harker, and even the flaw. And the Harker is a packer and a hoarder, and this is a very common like joke in within when I play D&D with my friends. And so when you try to create your D&D character, it helps to make you write more about it. And you can also try Hero Forge if you want to just make a miniature out of it. It's fun. I thank actually Victor, which is my friend who introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons one fateful night, and I've been playing for 4 years now. And he check his channel, which is My Wife is the MC, and it's a starting channel for D&D. And that's like how you try to choose and resonate your characters. Another one is very controversial, is personality systems. And I would say you could go introspect yourself in astrology, and I have a really great book. It's this one. It's Gary Goldschneider's Everyday Astrology, and he's known for his being a personologist, and it's like the study of like different personalities and traits. And he actually studied over 14,000 people. And so, as a system, I would say, and this book in particular, it describes a lot of like how a Gemini employee is, and it's like, like strengths, weaknesses, and interactive style. And you would notice like this particular item will have like different adjectives or words that will help you boost your persona. Another one, if you want to try it out, is anagrams. And some might say like just try to create use memes and shared posts, like what color do I am to you, and I could get like good feedback out of it. And so what you want to build for your persona is not just a character, but more of words that would describe your personality in so many ways, because this will help you around in creating your own toolkit. And in creating your own toolkit, first is, let's go on with colors, because colors has like a very theme for it. Like when you have green, it's like refreshing, but when you go like red, it's like anger or passionate, right? And so a lot of brands will have like different colors. Let's say you have like, there's like a Facebook blue, there's a LinkedIn blue, there's a Samsung blue. The second one is like you have like Starbucks green or an Android green, or even like red for McDonald's and red for Coca-Cola. But McDonald's is known for gold, it's like the golden arches. And there are also brands that have like multicolors, like Pokemon or Google or Instagram, which is like more creative. And on the converse, you have like colors that are in the neutral side for black, white, and grays. And all of these colors, and you can see it in brand palettes, are one that can identify you, even if you just like see the color. And so what you can do in the first part, if you're choosing your toolkit, is with material design, which is a design system created by Google, is you could choose an actual color, and it has an actual coloring system that will help you already choose colors that already fit for experiences in Android, iOS, and the web. And you could choose a color, create your palette, and pretty much just have an overall palette for a brand. And so choosing that color will help you. Another way to choose a color that would embody you is like Pantones. And Pantones is very known for its color chip system in color chip space, because they're very notable for in the fashion industry, but also in other any creatives. And they have a color for each of the year. And it's pretty amazing that they have like even different names for it, like Living Coral, Ultraviolet, Greenery, Rose Quartz, and Serenity for 2016. And going back up until the 2000s. And so they have like all of these like themes. You could try and check out colors. And if you still don't have a color yet, you could check out inspirations from Coolers. And so this is a tool that creates for palettes. And so these are just like so many palettes you can choose from when you go to colors. And so all of these are tools that can help you choose your color for a brand. The second one that you need to do to build your toolkit is your typography. And there are two types. One is sans serif and serif. And serif is known to be the ones with decorative strokes, or what you call tails or feet in the letters, while sans serif is pretty much no tails or decorative, because sans means that does not, or it does not exist. And so common ones are Arial, Open Sans, Helvetica, Century Gothic. And another one, and the serif ones are Times New Roman, Garamond, Georgia, and Gaudi Old Style. when choosing your font, I did have like a previous designer like quote is like, if all else fails, Helvetica New. And like any poster that I would make, it's like I'm gonna use Helvetica New. But like that changed throughout time. It's like if all else fails, use a Google font. And you could check it out in Google Fonts with their typography. And it's a library with a lot of free licensed font families that is already optimized for web. The most common one is Open Sans, which I use right now, Roboto and Lato, especially for material design. And in material design as a guideline, it also has like it has also how you can put headlines and sizes, and it does help you with that. And so choosing your typography is the next step next for a color for a toolkit. Another one that you need to choose is iconography, which is pretty much a study of like identification through icons and a certain interpretation for it. Material design already has that as part of the design language. But another more popular one is Font Awesome. And you can actually have its font as well in your system, and you can just use it in anywhere. It's free of license. And just pretty much use that, and you already have ready to go for your icons. Another one for a toolkit is choosing a primary image. You can have like so many images, but I ended up choosing this one in particular because it has like two elements. Like it has like your grass and wood background. But another thing is, it was my birthday. I love the jacket. And a fun fact, there is a Pikachu in that photo. And so I'm proud of that. And so I just like use that as my brand. And choose a cover image. And where can you get a cover image? It's so many sites. Let's say Pixabay, Unsplash, Pexels, and Victizi. All of these are free to use, or there should be attribution for images and for those stock photos and vectors. Remember, whenever you're going to use a photo, check licensing. Pretty much a lot of them are free for commercial use and no attribution required. But if it does say you have to need to use attribution or you have to pay for something, make sure that you do that. And you've chosen your image. And lastly, and the most important one is creating your pitches and spells. And you start out with your title, and you want to have like a description of your persona or yourself in 15 to 30 seconds, 1 to 2 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and so on and so forth. And the reason being that is dividing that based on the situation you are in. For example, part of like in products is to an elevator pitch. And this is describing a product in 15 seconds because you're pitching it to somebody in an elevator. And so when you're writing an elevator, that's just going to be 15 to 30 seconds, and you have to finish it by then. And so that's going to be part of your introduction when you do that. And you could do that by having already your words part of your persona used, and just like expand to that definition that you started out your title as a compressed version. So mine was a front end with UX and products. And in 15 seconds, which I've already introduced myself, is something like this. In 1 to 2 minutes, it explores more of that identity. And in 5 to 10 minutes, I could even actually tell a story. And so that is like something that you'd want to have and rehearse when you do your brand. Another one is the strategy of like telling it your chronological order by work experience or functional, and you describe more of your roles if you're an individual contributor or managing, or you're just describing your work experience, your domain, or products that you've been involved with. And so you could change and shift your spells depending on which situation you're in. And so with all those 5, with colors, typography, iconography, images, and pitches, creating your persona and then having these tangible items for your toolkit will help you build your brand. And so next is, you just don't go on and build everything. You want to understand first how you engage your audience. And this is with the concept of customer touch points. And this is when your brands, this is where customers encounter your brands. Part of it right now is because you're talking about your personal brand. They're not anymore your customers. They are your audience. Compared to a product that is a service, when you're going in with your personal brand, you're talking about you. And you don't want to be sounding like you sell yourself, but you're sounding more like a person that people want to talk to you. And the question is, where will your audience get to know you first? A lot of platforms would be like, hey, a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, a phone, because they seen your profile in LinkedIn or something. Maybe when you have an interview, it's only by call, or maybe when you meet a person, it's one-on-one, or in a group setting, or paper. Paperwork is like, for example, a part of a company, you have like your resume, and they only see your resume, or like you have like your calling card, or somebody saw a poster of you, and all those are different types of engagements for your audience. And before you even choose what type of like engagement you want to have, you want to go back to your goal and try to divide it into three different steps. One is a short-term goal, is what should be accomplished in 1 to 14 days, versus midterm, what your brand should look like in 30, 60, and 90 days. And what your brand, what do you look forward to in the long term, in 1 to 2 years to 5 years. I do want to say that I do want to word it as look forwarding instead of like your goal, because having motivation excites you to build your brand more versus just like having a metric that you need to follow by the end of the day. And that journey for your goal can have like so many steps, from trying to different do things. Instead of like biking, you might as well journey swimming, or try to glide through a lake, or hike up to build your brand, or slope down if like you don't have like all of that engagement. And you'd want to identify also how much effort I want to put in your brand, because this will identify when you build your assets, what kind of like engagement do I want? And like, do I need to have a low commitment to my brand, or do I have a high commitment to my brand, which is like 100 plus plus? And part of your brand, the first thing that people actually encounter you is your name and your handles in digital space. Next one is going to be your curriculum vitae and your resume. CVs are more for academically inclined, or for a full profile, especially for published resources. And resume is more of like an ad. You have your website as part of your brand. You can do social media with so many examples. That's just Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. You could also have a portfolio with GitHub, Beyonce, Dribble, Pinterest, and Medium. All of these social media portfolios are platforms that you could use. And you can have your logo, your calling card, maybe presentations, your poster. And we're going to focus on social media and all of these highlighted here. And so in like your short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals, it's like you want to ask questions is my handle memorable currently? Is it recognizable? Do you want to look forward to conversations with people that recognize you? Or like, how many in your resumes have you done any more learnings? Or for your websites, is how much investment do you want to do? How much update you want to do? And do you look forward to people subscribing to your content? And so like deciding that one will help you identify your touch points. And so overall, you need to identify your timelines, your goals, and then research a lot of like what your audience, what you want for your audience. And you have to decide and choose. And from there, having the decision, that's the time where you're going to start building. And so I'm going to focus on these 6, which is trying to build your assets. And from going back to our toolkit, I'm going to identify when do you use all of those items that you've already made for your toolkit. For a name and handle, pretty much is, well, you can't change your name, but you could, what name do you want to be known for? Is it a unique name? I have a generic name, and so I decided to actually use Alex Solis, because like there's already an artist, Alex Solis, and that's why I added an adjective to my brand. And so part of your handles is like how to make it easier to remember, and so that's the reason you want to do that. And there's like so many ways to check your handles if they're easy to remember, is like with different cases, from lowercase, train case, and Pascal case. And part of these are like identifying already start in your spells. It's like how you say these stuff. Another form is in your emails, your social media, let's say your LinkedIn, your website, and your portfolios. All of these should use your handles when you're creating your brand assets. And that's why deciding already now what your handle is going to be important along the way. And speaking of emails, Create an email for your brand. And if you're really lazy of just having two accounts, there's already a delegation that you could do for having two accounts. Just go to your settings in Gmail, and that will really help. And on the topic, add to brand like your signature when you're doing emails. And when you're doing applications, take the advantage of like having tags and labels, because that helps in your job search when you do that. Another part is social media. And like LinkedIn, I would say my suggestion is start with LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is going to be your superset for everything else. Part of the features is really identifying your name, your headline, your about, your chain, and change your public URL for your LinkedIn, and choose your profile picture and cover photo. All of these you've already identified it in the start in your toolkit, and so it does help you build your brand better. And then you could boost your connections to 500 plus for LinkedIn. A lot of like building also in your LinkedIn is featuring and adding links to everything else. Adding all of the experience that you have and have that story in. Add your education, your licenses, your experience. And I want to highlight as well is adding your skills and your recommendations. And the only way to add more of these is also to boost these is for you to also give. And so add that as well. And share at the links below, at the chats below your LinkedIn's, and connect, especially in Slack. So yeah. And also to build your like more articles, you could just like follow more accounts. Another one is resumes. When you start building your resumes, you'd want to check first an inspiration from different kinds of resumes. And how to do that is when you're trying to build your resume, you'd want to have a resume that can be seen within 10 seconds or less. And I would say here it's going to be 3 seconds, 6 seconds, and 10 seconds through 10 seconds, because you already lost half the battle if past 10 seconds, they could not get anything about you. And usually it's 10 seconds, at 3 seconds, you can only see name, title, role, and then contacts, and then roles for each experience for 6 seconds. And then a big bunch of text box for more than 10 seconds. And a concept that I introduced in the 3-second rule is layouts. And with doing that is like understanding skeleton UI. And skeleton UI is like when a page loads, it does give you a skeleton of like what it would look like, but it doesn't give you the whole context and details of it, because like when a person scans, it will just have like the high level thought before you drill down to your resume. And so for example, this is just straightforward resume with the name, contact, and the rest of the details. But shifting your layout chooses, like for example, highlighting your skills better, or having a two-column layout, and different layouts would have like a category in their mind in that first 3 seconds, and they will identify already all of the parts, and they will try to continue reading your resume. And so there are like a lot of platforms that you could build that. You have like your Microsoft Word, Google Docs, Canva, PowerPoint, and LaTeX, which is there. Microsoft, you could just do a resume template here, and you could update it. And there's another feature in Word, actually. It's called Resume Assistant, where you need to wordsmith stuff. That's a helpful tool. Another one is Google Docs, which is having a template. Rather limited, but it still gives and helps you, especially if you made a Gmail account. Canva, which is a graphic designs platform. You could actually do a lot of stuff aside from a resume. You could do your logos and posters, etc. But they also have like a very vast, wide range of like resume templates that you could use. And my special tool that I like to use is PowerPoint, because one, I could customize already the theme and just like make a set of page and just have that more flexibility compared to a Word document. And a shout out to LaTeX, because as in part of the math community, as a math graduate, people use LaTeX a lot. And so I just wanted to say that people also use LaTeX as a platform. So this is actually my resume in 2012. It's like very ugly. It's like very Times New Roman. It has 2 pages. And this evolved in 2018 when I moved to LA, and I was trying to do a high hero profile. You'll notice like I've changed it from like a different layout and have like better fonts. But that also evolved throughout time, and like early this year in 2020, where I had like a similar layout, very feel hero, stuff, but I had to do a total rebrand because I do want to have like more opportunities. And so in 2020, I've actually used a cover photo with a whole new scheme, and I tried to identify a lot of like different layouts there, from here to my photos, to my title, and to my roles. And then you also have like my handles everywhere, and just all of the details all together. And just have like the chunks of like experiences, and of course hobbies, because like I do am a hobbyist. And you have also actually all used all of the tools from what you've identified initially in the start. Another one is you can get a bonus of like a matching cover letter. And pretty much that's like your resume. And we could now go to like building your social media websites and portfolios. Before even choosing a website to build, it's like you'd want to identify first if the goal is like having um, uh, your social media accounts sufficient enough even before having a website, because a website is an investment altogether. Is it trying to make a blog? LinkedIn and Twitter and Medium are like good platforms already. Is it sufficient for you? Do you have a website? Or a gallery like Instagram, Facebook, Dribble, Beyonce, or Pinterest for those? Or maybe creative content, let's say YouTube or Twitch, and of course Instagram. Are those platforms already sufficient for you that you don't need to invest in a website? But if you really want to do on a website, and also projects for GitHub, like for developers. But if you really want to do, before you go to the websites, most of social media will already have like a name, title, handles, and headline, and you could choose a profile picture and cover photo. And so you could use all the details on that. And so going to a website, if you're really dedicated to go to a website, you have to know two things. One is a domain and a host. A domain, as described, is your address, while your host is your actual house where you're going to put your website in it. And part of choosing a website is like how much commitment and investment you want to provide. These are just like off the shelf, like brands that off the shelf, like Squarespace, Wix, and Site, where you could actually buy a domain and build your website there, drag and drop, versus build it your own, where you're going to do like your actual web app using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or any framework, and have a repository, GitHub, and buy your own domain with Namecheap, and then deploy it using GitHub Pages, Heroku, or Jekyll, right? I choose something more in the middle, which is like WordPress, which powers 1/3 of like the internet, and Bluehost, which it partners with, and it hosts the domain and actually the WordPress site. So it's pretty convenient. They already have good deals, so I chose that. And so those are certain platforms. After building all of that, you just link everything with all of the hyperlinks together, and you tie it all together so that you have like a very cohesive brand. Because anywhere from your name, they get to meet you, to your LinkedIn, to your website, anywhere they go, they could navigate to anywhere else to your brand. And lastly, it's time to launch your brand. And this time is, the first thing is usually you're going to use your brand for job hunting. And we already discussed your resume, portfolios. But you could get ready with your interview questions at LinkedIn, do research at Glassdoor, and also submit about your companies through Glassdoor, especially for diversity and inclusion, which they already added as part of their reviews. You could also do assessments and upskilling through HackerRank, because I know like Amazon and Disney, and I've done this, as they use HackerRank to do assessments, and you can upskill there and leak code. They also have like tutorials for 30 days of code and all of that. It's really nice. And a bonus, you have like an actual page. And leak code, where you could do an upskill for your coding. And once you're doing job hunting, make sure also that you attend events and your workshops. Find free conferences. There are a lot. GDG right now provides one a lot, and attend meetups, workshops, networking, and speed networking. And two platforms that are best for that are Eventbrite and Meetups, because they already have all of those. And try to find also a mentoring group. For me personally, in this quarantine, after attending a lot of like free conferences, I actually did a paid one because I got excited from UX Plus, and I did their free one. Is the Sprint Bootcamp, which is the book for Sprint here. And so it's a lot about like building a prototype in 5 days. And this is like where my inspiration got for this talk as well. And actually, shout out to Jackie Colburn and John Seratsky and Jake Knapp for the wonderful talk. And I have a cameo there. And when you're in events and workshops, make sure to also connect and with your LinkedIn. And also join different groups. You have like GDG Philippines, Out in Tech is where I am at. There's also Women Tech Makers Manila, Flutter Philippines, Agile Philippines, UXPH, AI Filipinas. There's so much more that you could join and volunteer. And remember, connect and grow. And give back to the community as you join and provide that. Because once you meet people, and especially like me, I actually started out in 2014 attending my first DevFest. I've gotten known for being the trumpets dancer in 2016 in Google I/O at Ateneo. And 2016, I went to DevFest as well. In 2017, I actually, Christine was actually at the host of 2016 and was also in 2017 for GDG DevFest. And actually became a speaker as my journey for GDG at 2019 with Carlos, one of my friends from LA. And going on, like most of the connections that I brought up is like, for example, Christine, like she was a host before and now she's also a speaker here. And we actually been constantly connecting, and check out her talk tomorrow and her sites placed here. And it's pretty much that. And lastly, I want to share is I've actually met up somebody from Google today, which is Britt. She's a university program specialist, and it's pretty much like focused on a lot of university applications. And we talked about like a lot of just like entry level for the US. And the most prominent thing that she shared is do what's something that you're proud of, and be proud of like who you are. And because a lot of like especially newbies or like people start entry level would undersell themselves with their side projects, and you want to highlight that altogether. And that's pretty much it. This is my talk about my personal brand guide map. I hope this is going to help you in your search for your job or your next chapter in your career. So that's my talk, and let's connect.
Okay. Welcome back, Alex. Sorry. We have two solis right now, so okay. So okay, what happened?
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello, welcome back, Alex.
Hi.
Thank you for your talk. Actually, I really liked it because I got to get an idea how I will update my resume. Especially, I'm not really that a design person. So giving me those steps and tools really actually will guide me on how I will edit it. So I think we have few questions for you in place. So guys, can we show up the first question for Alex? Okay, so Alex, first question: what do you think is the indicator that will make you realize that you've successfully built a personal brand?
I think there are like two levels, at least for me. One is in a professional setting, and then two is in a personal setting. I'm gonna start with a personal one because like you start off your brand with introspecting with yourself, and so when you get to hear about people just like, oh, I've seen your talk. And like people mentioning you, or people are just like, hey, like this is like the Pokemon guy from like GDG, it's like it means to say that you already accomplished already the first indicator of your brand, that you're getting recognized already for it. And so I think that's like a very starter, that people will remember you for something, and hopefully it's something good that will match an identity to a face and a name and actually a handle. And so that's like how a first indicator would be.
Okay.
In terms of like a technical aspect, once you're building your brand, there's like a lot of like, for example, in LinkedIn, you actually get a free 1 month premium. You could actually see your boosts in LinkedIn, like how many people are looking at your profiles there. And For me personally, mine when I released my website, I've got an actual 200% increase of just like people just like looking at my page, and so
Wow.
I think that's like also an indicator when like in the technical aspect for it, and building also your search engine optimizations really help for your brand. And so like this is a more technical when you're building your assets, but that will also be an indicator for a brand. Secondary to that in the professional setting is once they match your personality with you is like uh what is your spunkness? I would say spunkness is like how as your brand how do you deliver at the workplace? Do you deliver on time? Are you the one that's like you're the hero that's everybody's getting solved, or like you're the one that's everybody's getting they talk to when they need something, they need to know something if there's an issue? That's also an indicator that you've already accomplished your personal brand in a professional setting. And one to make it one up is if you're getting referenced already by a lot of people in the community. Like for example, me, I just like reference like so many people already, but
Yeah.
just like, getting referenced by somebody else is already like building already your personal brand. I think that's like two levels for identifying those that are indicators if your brand is successful. If not, just reiterate and just like build it more.
Yeah. Right, right. So thank you for that, Alex. So we have another one for you. Can we? Okay. So the question is, how important is a personal brand in terms of career advancement as a software engineer?
I think for me, because everybody is already in an equal playing field in terms of like technical skill, right? And so, for example, if you're like a Java software engineer, you're all matched and competing with Java software engineers. Or like for me, like I'm matching with all of like the front end engineers or full stack engineers, or similar UX designers, or product managers. And so, if you have your personal brand, it helps you boost that. People will match you for your skills, but they will make you more memorable even in the start of the application process because your resume already identifies you. Actually, that's the reason why I got hired in the first place in one of my companies, is because I got a lot of personality in me that they really wanted. So go for it. And so that's one. Second is you will always have a personal brand even if you don't put the effort to it. Because like people will see your resume, people will see your LinkedIn, and that already talks to your brand itself. It's like, do you put the effort for your career? And it does help. Like having that brand will boost your visibility in the market and the community, because it takes a community to actually get hired. It's not just you. And so having a network boosted from like for your personal brand is something that I actually treasure, because like for me, Out in Tech already boosted my brand as the Pokemon guy. GDG boosted my brand as the Pokemon guy. And so I think just that it's alone will help you be a candidate that's much more stronger, and it will highlight more your skills. And so that's like the career progression advancement that will help you.
Okay. Yeah. Good points actually. Thank you for sharing that. So I think we have more questions. We have one more. Okay. So is putting yourself out there, like you're exposing your brand, your identity, give you a security vulnerability?
Um, I think in the age of social media, everybody already is exposing themselves. That's one. And so um, when building your personal brand and identifying your gaps and like your engagements, is it helps you identify the security of what you're placing in. And remember when I identified like you're making your handles public, you're choosing your handle. Because if you already have like a public handle, you could actually have a more personal private life with all of your social media if you're using something personal as well. And that one you don't need to share publicly. And so having a personal brand that's public facing will actually secure you to being more actually becoming more secure, because you're controlling already what people see outside of like your social media accounts. And in terms of like security vulnerability, of course you're going to have like your LinkedIn and like pages and all the platforms that you use. But if you have your website, part of the consideration in building a website is also the security of the website. And so if you're doing off the shelf, the responsibility of security is to them, and the focus is for building your brand. And so there is a certain level of that you expose yourself, but because you're building and you're actually making an advancement to your personal brand, and deliberately making your brand, you're actually securing the public facing of your identity versus your private life. And so I hope that makes sense. But splitting that off, you're gonna have like a much more healthier social media experience.
Yeah. So it's really going to be up to you, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be vigilant as well on posting yourself out there, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, I think there's one last question for our talk for this afternoon, Alex. So, here it goes. How do you build a personal brand if you do so many things? Example, sports, tech, music? Or is it advisable to only choose and focus on one?
Well, if you look at my story already, I think I've done a lot of stuff. So I'm a software
Actually,
engineer, but I play a lot of games, and I've done actually a lot of volunteer work. I'm actually a dancer and cheerleader. So I actually trained before this, and you know, and as a performer. And so having hobbies is actually nice because one, it distresses you, but it also gives you like a different insight from this. Like I wouldn't make this talk if I couldn't include like astrology because of like my math, or like D&D because of my gaming, right? um and I think when the opportunity arises for something, just go for it. For example, like me, I had my dancing in college. I made a dance crew at my first work, but I didn't have dancing for my casting crew life. And so, but they had a lip sync battle. I just went on full Britney and just I made a performance. And so that's like a dance, and that's like I made time for it. And similarly, if you're doing for community events, I just like book events because it's an opportunity. I go for like for doing talks. I choose and deliberately choose events that will boost more than just like my career, but just like me as my lifestyle, and harmonizing both work and hobbies and life. Because there's maybe not a thing as work life balance, but there is like work life harmony. Like the quality that you invest on, like no matter how small time you invest, like for me playing games versus like working, as long as you're enjoying both ways, it harmonizes to become more you. And so by by just going for it one by one, but of course scheduling it, like okay, sometime invest on your sports, sometime invest in your tech, invest in your music, but make it to a point that you'd want to do it too. So, or maybe try something new. So um and just like force yourself to have like a deadline, and because deadlines are motivators. So um, and so it's like for me, when I build my brand, it's actually my main motivation was actually doing a job application. And so before doing that job application, I want to have everything first. And so 7 days and then boost. So yeah, I think you can do everything, but when you're doing everything, make sure that do it one by one, but it just builds up.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that. We have actually last last one question. Okay, here it goes. Can we show it? I think that's the last na pala. Sorry. My bad. Okay, that's the last one. So again, I would like to thank Alex for staying up this late
Great,
and
man.
giving back to the community. So yeah, we do it for the community, right? So
Yeah.
thank you, Macy, thank you, JT, thank you, Arisa. So thank you for everybody who talked this afternoon. Okay, I guess that's our last talk for the breakout session for day one. Okay, hey, all right.
Hi.
Hi, partner.
Hi, partner.
Okay,
Good to see you again.
this is the wrap of our first breakout session. So this is
Yeah.
day one. So guys, that's the last talk for this breakout session, this stream. But we have one more actually in the plenary. So we invite and encourage you guys to check that out. It is a talk about Angular, and then Sam will be talking about it. So we invite you guys to go back and check the uh plenary stream, right?
So
So
move on to GDG Philippines. page and YouTube channel so that they could go to the plenary session.
Yes. So as mentioned by my partner, it would be on GDG Philippines stream. So guys, again, we thank you for imparting your time with us, everybody, each
Thank
and every one of
you.
you. So we have one more tomorrow. So I hope to see you there again. And let's enjoy the night. And don't forget again to share your thoughts with us by using our hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020. Eliza, what's the other
Yeah.
hashtag? Hashtag
Um,
DevFest.
hashtag DevFest, hashtag Google Developers, hashtag GDG Manila.
Okay, so
Okay, there.
guys, plug that in our social media accounts, and of course, we have a photo contest, guys. So you could log into the virtual photo booth using that link as seen in your screen. So take photos as much as you can, and then share it in our social media platforms. Again, we thank you everyone for
Thank you,
joining us
everyone.
this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah. See you at the plenary.
See you at the plenary. Yeah, see you there.
Bye.